That's all fans and sailors want to hear. We are good for a go in the opening race of the Louis Vuitton Cup final. You need to win 7 if you want to be the official challenger in the match starting October 12 here in Barcelona.
5 to kill. Nice.
This is such a big day. We've not seen these massive machines in this kind of wind.
There you go.
And Mother Nature providing a huge amount of horsepower and thrust here, so all the teams having to be absolutely full concentration.
On time.
Very easily to be early for the entry.
2 minutes and 10, Rossa allowed in. Almost felt like they put the brakes on a bit just coming into there. And now they're in just a tiny bit late, but they get the green light to go in. 2 minutes and INEOS Britannia are allowed in. Their time and distance look bang on. They get the green light and let it begin.
Don't rush here, Ben.
So both teams here won't be sailing at full speed in these conditions because they'll just simply run out of runway. So they'll be doing a controlled entry and absolutely not wanting to put themselves in a position where they'll be down speed in these conditions.
It's really boat breaking weather also. Got to protect the asset, look after it, limit the risk.
Yeah, Lisa, maybe we follow them up and then jive down round with them, so staying high is good. Yeah, copy.
Cyclers working hard.
Hey, circle, but staying high. Yeah, they're very early. Yeah.
Just so you know.
Staying high and then jiving down around. Okay. Can I get to fairway? Yep. Okay, working away in 2. 1, working away. Body easers. Taking main in, Alan.
Meet as much as you can. 25. Far away from
jiving there. Your wheel back. Fine.
Luna Rossa running down the right-hand wall, killing time.
Start hedging, I think.
They'll be hedging the sail trim on early. It's a big job, so getting it while it's cheap.
One other turn down for us here. No problem. 8 to kill.
Very easy to lose the rudder in these windy conditions when you've got these sails.
INEOS coming in with pace.
Nice and smooth, guys.
Trailing here.
Racing.
Okay, 2, 1, go on.
Give us one. Spoon here.
Don't go up in, boys.
Hey, boys. Working up here. Ready to go, boys.
No problem.
Ainsley chasing hard.
Hey, trying, I need some trap here, boys. Yeah,
Okay, couple of minutes,
nice.
The race to face the defender in the match on October 12 begins right now. Let's go racing. Race 1 and the Louis Vuitton Cup final.
Okay, he's going straight. You're going to get sailed.
I lock her in here. All the power on the main.
Beautiful job by the Italian team to force the British team to be late there.
Yeah, we're full because of the main sheeties. Check the better now.
Great time and distance, lovely execution.
Just looking for a flat spot now. We need less microphone sensibility. Nice.
Continue.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1. Foot down.
On to chase 0, all very gentlemanly that start, Peter.
Just continue.
Okay.
Luna Rossa were dominant there. They got their time on distance perfect. I thought the way they just used the boundary at low speed was really the key, and it just set them up that INEOS were always pushing from behind, but they were pushing always a bit late. So first blood to the Italians.
They're going to be strong here. I think we just normal BMG.
You see at the top of your screen too, Emirates Team New Zealand, Emirates Team New Zealand, the defender having a wee look as well, who they might face.
Coming up for the first cross here.
We are enjoying the interviews as well.
Just a reminder, if you are new to this Emirates Cup coverage, the green circle means that boat has right of way.
Still a lefty, so I think
Right turn. They are going to struggle to get one in left, but I think they'll make it with a high mode.
Both teams in these strong conditions
25 seconds till late.
actually sailing with slight leeward heel. Cant really, really wide with a really low centre of effort on the sail plan, small jib, so targeting potentially -2, -3 degrees leeward heel for best performance.
This version of the AC75 really powered up since Auckland. Lighter boat, less people. It's really impressive to see them sailing in these conditions so well.
That's right, yeah.
So INEOS Britannia possibly not quite to ley line on this exchange. There'll be a speed build from there. So the Italians should be clear across and will probably look to take right turn at the top.
Yeah, he will lay.
I think the nerves will have gone by now on that first leg.
Definitely locking in now to your roll on board. Some big swell there to punch through. And Rossi to see having to tack in some decent swell. We'll be setting up for right turn to take that off the British. The wing wash here, you can see now the British team sailing right in the dirty air of the Italian team.
Rossa Prada Pirelli, the first at the top gate, first of 8 legs. Not too far behind INEOS Britannia. But both boats are fair ripping.
INEOS Britannia forced to sail really high around that mark, lost a lot of pace.
Big push there and a little foil vent and a touchdown for the British, so that'll wash off 5 to 6 knots of boat speed.
Good, Dan. Good job. I think we've got to go before them. Yeah. Okay. 2, 5. One down. 3, 2,
That seastead, I don't think we've seen this rough for quite some time. And they've got to do this for 8 legs. This is the second, the first downwind leg. And look at the speed that Luna Rossa is pumping out.
Long dive here, guys.
Just under 49 knots. My word.
Yeah, when you're doing nearly 50 knots, it doesn't take you long to do a leg.
INEOS would have liked to have got that jibe in before Luna Rossa, but Luna Rossa preempted that, and that was a little bit of, again, another small defining point for Luna Rossa to get on starboard, and they do this long starboard now. So INEOS have just missed 2 tricks, a little bit late off the line. They didn't jump Luna Rossa on leg 2, so it's all the Italians at the moment.
And a bit softer here.
Top speed in the Bearaway, around 51 knots of boat speed for the Italians, and both teams now sailing a slightly lower mode to keep their boats well under their max cavitation speed. So their foils will be hitting that cavitation wall, and they'll be just converting that speed into depth. So they'll be sailing around 150 to 154 true wind angle, really sailing straight down the course in these big breeze conditions.
5 seconds.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 208.
We are 2 board, guys.
Yeah, coming a bit hot.
Big day for the flight controllers today, as well as the trimmers.
Small function, sir.
Yeah, coming here. Go out, boys.
Both boats will be 2-board roundups here. Turn 7,000 kilos, hairpin turn at 50 knots. Tough call.
Rossa Prada Pirelli continues to lead in the opening race of the Louis Vuitton Cup final. They whip that big monster around and head up for leg number 3 of 8. In comes the official challenger of record, INEOS Britannia.
Thank you. And 4 down, tacking.
Straight into attack, the British team there. Oh, washing off a bit of speed there. Straight through the swell. That's a huge, huge slowdown for the British.
You
can see the difference in boat speed there. The Italians happy with the performance thus far of their fellow countrymen. British team on the back foot in these early stages.
It is 90.
I think the sea state slightly less on the right-hand side, just nearer the shoreline.
Just having a look at the bow strake on the British team. Possibly a slight change there to their skeg underneath the bustle, underneath that middle part of the boat.
Of course, boats have been in the shed much of the week. I'm sure there's lots of tweakments going on.
Really tricky to execute the manoeuvres well when you go through a couple of big swells, and you see the British team there just punching through a couple of big swells.
Looks easier on port, a bit smoother.
Attack on us. We're clear on air and we can't get out.
Through the semi-finals, it was perceived that INEOS had an advantage in this amount of breeze, or a little bit lighter in fact, but it looks like the Italians have moded their boat closer to INEOS, and I think that is a tweak that they have done during the week in the shed.
Nice, locking in here.
If we go, just...
Mode.
I think they got a little...
Go this way. Check copy.
Slightly different twist
A
profile
little bit now for them, I think.
on the British compared to the Italians.
Any time here.
On the mainsail.
One, point down. 3, 2.
Very good tack, boys.
It's a beautiful tack, very, very nice coast.
How important, Glenn, is the time between each phase of the cut? I mean, what realistically could they achieve?
It's been safe plan, boys. One of them, right?
Little developments all the time, so new sails and foil upgrades is what we'll be seeing. Looking down on the team there, Ben Ainsley driving the boat.
Magnificent, magnificent. Look at that.
Absolutely ripping upwind there. 40 knots of boat speed, upwind in a seaway.
And our boys in the heli right on top of it all. You think
Wind on.
they've got a heck of a job as well.
Come down a little.
Rossa Prada Pirelli. That's leg number 3 done. Haven't been challenged for the lead yet.
52 knot bear away, 97 kilometres an hour in big waves, so Rossa having to consolidate.
INEOS Britannia. They will now complete 3 legs of 8. Hard to imagine 7-tonners gripping around a corner at close to 100 kilometres an hour, isn't it?
Nice round, guys.
Both teams using that windward foil as a bit of a stabiliser as they come around, so really, really difficult to get the sails retrimmed under max riding moment. So using that windward foil just to steady the ship and keep the boat foiling as the cyclors grind that main sheet and traveller back in on both the jib and the mainsail.
INEOS Britannia were 180 metres behind at gate 1. By the time they got to gate 3, there's 300.
Andrea Tessi and James Spithill.
I think this is a good line. I wouldn't push any more than that.
Rossa Prada Pirelli at the moment.
Here on the bell. Nice there. Close. Get it.
Oh, bit of a touchdown there.
Nothing's wrong. Okay. Foiling.
Possible
Slowly
issue.
coming down, boys.
We're going up on main here, slowly.
Aye.
Possible issue on board Rossa Prada Pirelli. They had a big vent there.
General, not higher than this zombie, I think.
Flatter heeled, Jim in general. Nice, that's good.
Big slides. Hey, stand by. How's the look?
So despite that moment by Rossa Prada Pirelli, they still hold a sizable lead against INEOS Britannia on this fourth leg of 8 in the opening race of the Louis Vuitton Cup final.
Nice here, ley line.
I think it's some of this sea state.
You will come with that.
Possible ventilation of the foil shaft actually transferring down to the foil horizontal. Looking at some of the aerial shots, the British doing a nice job. One little wobble from the Italians, and they'll be right there.
Pretty even place, yeah. Waves here in front.
Careful trim on 5.
Go up with mode, Volto.
Okay, boys, stand by.
Rossa Prada Pirelli approaching the bottom gate to complete 4 legs. We're halfway through the opening race.
Keep going, keep going. Nice, boys.
That's when you know they're happy, when you hear Francesco Bruni use his standard line. Nice, boys. In comes INEOS Britannia. Still work to do. They've still got 4 legs to have a go.
Just a slightly wider turn there from INEOS Britannia, so not apexing that turn as well as they would have hoped.
Let's go on board the chase boat of Rossa Prada Pirelli. Have a quick chat to Philippe Presti, one of the coaches. Philippe, a magnificent start to the opening race, and the silver bullet looks quicker.
Yeah, we've got a good pace up and down, but as you see, the waves are really steep, and it's very easy to get in trouble. And yeah, basically these boats are not 100% designed for these conditions. You know, you pick your design average for Barcelona weather, which is something like between 8 and 12. But when there's 20, you have to sail around the track with that. So, you know, hats off for these boys that are doing great with this amazing machine. We hit something like a 55 or on the practice, so it's going quick.
Philippe, how tricky are the waves? We saw Luna Rossa have a bit of the moment. Is that sea state induced? Is that the issue?
Yeah, exactly. The sea states increase with the breeze, and there's very long fetch on this direction, and more waves on the left side picking up wind. And these boats, basically the foiling boats, you have either the foil in the water or the belly touching. And at one stage, if the wave are bigger than that space, you're nowhere else to go. And so, yeah, halfway.
Yep, halfway. Thanks for your time as always, Philippe.
Like a transition in front.
It was a very good description.
A fantastic description.
Yeah. Happy with +1.
He's tacked the load. Nice.
This is probably the most consistent nature has been over the last 3 or 4 days with the weather. The Unicredit Youth America's Cup regatta has been blessed with magnificent weather in the last 48 hours.
Bruno. Okay, going on. Let's tack. I don't see him on the software, so push the load. She might not be able to get there. He's real close to Lang.
Getting Swan hit.
One in boys. Yeah. Going in 3.
So Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli knowing exactly where their opponents are on the racetrack and knowing whether they will be laying or not. So they're playing a game of water chess with their opponent, knowing that they will be too short to take that left turn, so they'll take the gate off them to control the race.
Stay no lower if you can. Okay, nice.
One thing the TV does not show is how much those crew on board these boats are getting flicked around in the cockpits. Looks stable from where pictures we're watching, but I can guarantee you you're getting ragdolled around those cockpits in these waves.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli continues to lead in the opening race of the Louis Vuitton Cup. Luna Rossa fans know that they've got a fast boat. They've still got 3 legs to go.
I try and lock it in here.
The British having to do another manoeuvre here. They're not laying that left turn, so they'll be tacking and splitting right turn.
INEOS Britannia final tack to complete 5 legs, and they have done nothing wrong. They have just sailed their boat. It is quite amazing.
It's been good defending by the Italians, great positioning. Always forcing INEOS Britannia to sit in dirt or to understand the ley line, and 20, 30 metres here and there, they all add up. This is INEOS Britannia. You can see the trimmers are at the back. They get a great view, actually. They can see the foil. Look at the sails. Sitting behind the cyclors.
Led Mon, top right of screen there. Looking over the side, just controlling the foil through the water. Handing over to Lee McMillan. Dylan Fletcher now. Tactician Ben Ainsley taking over on the starboard side of the yacht driving.
The drivers now have so many roles. Not just about steering the boat, you only do it half the time. Strategist, tactician,
so they're going to set up for that. They're obviously liking that left turn, the bottom, pretty even. A little more increase in 3.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, lengthening the course to 1.9 nautical miles.
Good model, definitely better than before.
Both teams opting for a slightly more bow trim in these wavy conditions, so
no more trim, just been careful here.
Trying to keep their foil flaps a little more raised at the back for cavitation purposes, so the more flap up you can be at the back, the better you are for cavitation.
Getting close, and 2, 1, boards down.
You can see there the bottom of the bustle is in the tops of the waves.
No problem.
So having a look at the watts on board here. Big push, 2,000 watts there. In here the drivetrain spooling up, 700 watts from Cesar Garbia.
Human power, Mother Nature. That's what powers these AC-75s. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. 6 legs done, 2 to go.
Big trim to get those big twin skin mainsail sheeted on, super highly loaded in these conditions. Max main sheet, max cano, everything pulled to its limit on the structural limit.
INEOS Britannia seemingly powerless to try and drag in Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Rita's done 6 legs. And I should say that Rita is the nickname of INEOS Britannia.
An opportunity to get out here.
On board the chase boat of INEOS Britannia coach Rob Wilson joins us once again. Nice to talk to you after a week off, Rob, but this one looks pretty tough.
Yeah, for sure. You know, they just got the better of us on the start, and then it's pretty hard to get. They've done a nice job, just sort of loosely covering us, keeping down our options.
Any thoughts on the conditions, Rob? You know, how on the edge is it?
Like wind-wise, it's right up there. Like it has eased a little bit. Like just before the start, it was really fresh. It's on edge, and the sea state's building, if anything.
All right, thanks for your time, bud.
Thank you. Bye.
Last time the boats came round the top mark, I just got a bit of a glimpse of Luna Rossa's foil arm, and to me it looks different. And my conclusion is maybe the anvil or the fairing that sits on the arm before you go down into the wing, it just looks a little bit smaller to me, and there's calibration marks also on that foil. I think they have also done a mod. It'd be good to get Glenn's comment on that. I'm only going off a little screen here, but it does look different to me.
Tiny bit light, but all good, boys.
Just on board
No worries.
with Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, and I'm very keen to have a look there as well, Pete. But a fantastic job by Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli at the moment. Francesco Bruni there
Same as before,
on the helm.
Marshall 1 and in.
Rico Voltolini behind, powering.
I think same plan. Same plan, yep.
About 110 kilometres an hour of wind speed over the deck there when you're doing about 40 knots going upwind into 20 knots of breeze. So having a look at Luna Rossa foil going through the water there, and that is absolutely
a little bit of a puff coming.
ripping those wave caps to pieces.
Luna Rossa had a tough path through the semis to get to this.
Nice flat water here.
Gear damage and a proper battle with American
Not sure
Magic.
we can lay the left.
They'll be thrilled it's going so well.
I think we do our hot lap and that's it. Bye guys. In 3, 2, 1.
Fantastic audio inside the actual boat of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli there, the FCS system or the foil cant system, a one design component for all yachts, so you can hear the valves and the pumps working there, the accumulator filling up.
That's a new microphone. We've not had that before. Where is that?
That is the inner workings of the beast. James Spithill looking to get a nice smooth turn in here to take a left turn at the top.
Okay,
and smooth as what Luna Rossa have been. A couple of wobbles, but apart from that, they have not relinquished the lead since the beginning of this race. They are on the homeward leg to try and bank the first of 7 potential points. Remember, 7 wins gets you in the match.
Okay.
Nice conservative bear away, but still a little skid there on that rudder.
Good angle.
INEOS Britannia completes 7 legs. 1 more to go.
2, 1. Unit touch.
Big cavitation there on the British foils as they punch through the power zone. Absolute max speed.
Big main on that.
48 knots of boat speed there on both boats, so absolutely both boats sending it hard.
Stand by here.
You probably don't want any more boat speed than that.
And pull it down.
Pretty much tapped out there with what
the
cavitation limits will enable. So just for those at home, the difference between cavitation and ventilation. Ventilation is where the foils actually get an air path sucked down through the free surface of the water and actually blows up the flow around either the shaft across the horizontal, whereas cavitation is actually the water surface going over the foil, actually getting to the point where it's actually turning that water into gas. So once that gas builds up around the foil surface, it creates a very, very draggy profile, which is basically like a brick wall when you're sailing through it. So you keep throwing thrust at it, which is more wind speed, and you can push through that cavitation limit more. As we see Luna Rossa jibing, you'll see some little white puffs on the top surface of the foil. Boats, when they're up around 47 to 48 knots of boat speed, will actually be cavitating not only on the top surface of the foil, but also on the bottom surface, which you can't see. So unless you go super cavitational with your foils, which is actually completely forcing one side of the flow to separate, you will be limited to around 50 knots of boat speed unless you can do anything more magical than that, but that's physics.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli in the first race of the Louis Vuitton Cup final are on their way to the first win. The Silver Bullet is the first to hit the target, and they will bank the first win on the road to 7 to meet Emirates Team New Zealand in the match.
We're going to flat spot to stand by jibe. I'll leave panic. Nice and smooth, boys.
It is soft.
And why wouldn't you be happy about that? You've just got your nose ahead of the official challenger of record. Fan zones full today, and why wouldn't they be? And in comes INEOS Britannia. Basically couldn't do anything. As you heard Shirley say during that race, just being defended out beautifully by Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. So INEOS Britannia will cross the line. For all of that, they come up with an empty hand. 1-0 Luna Rossa. One race still to come today. Only took us about 5 minutes, but we are good to go in race 2 of the Louis Vuitton Cup final. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli leads 1-0 at the moment. It'll be port entry from INEOS Britannia, starboard entry from Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Hold on to your hats and everything, because it's going to be another rip-up.
Back waves here.
So we're right at the top end of conditions for an AC75. This is going to be really exciting racing coming up.
Be good here. All good. Okay.
2 minutes and 10 seconds they can come into the start box, INEOS Britannia. They have perfect time on distance. The green light is there, and they are in. Tiny bit late, but that's okay. 2 minutes, it'll be Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. How far behind are they? They're quite a bit behind that 2-minute mark.
Backing up in 2.
Happy to come down a bit.
18 to 21 knots in the start box.
Stand by jibe, guys.
It's plenty.
2, 1, happy to jibe here.
There you go, turning.
Nice and smooth.
Perhaps up.
Both teams definitely backing off in these rougher conditions, so entering 2 boards down, really trying to look after the assets here. A lot of racing to come down the track. When we get close to start time, though, you will see the throttles get pinned. They will be off.
Got that right-hand bias on the start line. We might see them fighting to be to the right.
The British opting for the tack bear away jibe, so killing time by circling. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw a similar program for the Rossa Prada Pirelli start as per previous. Nice big coast downwind in these conditions, time on distance, putting the pressure back on the British to make a call whether to jump or push.
20 committee. He's going inside. Getting 22. All right, turn here. Holding low if we can.
15 committee.
Reverse lead.
Lay line committee here.
A little further.
Those yellow marks in front there are actually the bottom mark, so start line well up to windward of both boats.
7. They turn up.
Showing up hard, boys. Racing here, racing.
Go hard here. Big push. Not killing much. Feeling.
Full speed, boys.
High balanced.
Not much time to kill here. They need to get going.
All the way. It is 80.
Possibly both boats late here. Sea state possibly making it hard for the wind instruments to gauge whether they're on time or not.
Boys, I need oil. They are also late. No problem.
We are same.
We have a green light, and we are go in race 2 of the Louis Vuitton Cup final.
It's good. Good mount, guys.
Slightly lower.
GBR was fractionally closer at 56 metres, a lot further back than we're used to seeing them.
Good VMG to us.
Alrighty. And a little load on the back. Similar speeds. Slightly lower. Can't get enough traveller up. Copy. Can't get any heel
Big push there for the cyclists on that exit.
Probably going to hit it. No, I can't get the heel in blood in. Fuck.
Okay, he's going to take on the bomb. Yeah, stand by. Okay, board down here. Big wave. 2, 1, mate. Turning. Right, well. No problem. Normal here. Normal numbers.
So both boats executing their tacks. Little touchdown there to Luna Rossa. Both boats sailing clear air.
Canter's going out here.
Very even race.
Always +1.
Let's go to chase 0. Peter Lester.
Nice guys, normal numbers here. We just get speed first.
Yeah, real even start, and Rossa Prada Pirelli able to live thin on the hip of INEOS all the way to the boundary. Now this will be as long as it gets in terms of testing, all the way probably across to the right-hand boundary. So this will be a good judge, this one, of who's got the pace. They look pretty even at the moment, and INEOS have just stretched out to 9-metre advantage, so they're supporting INEOS. You'd be happy to look at those numbers.
Very similar performance of him. They go board down, we will go board down, by board down.
A slight advantage, as Peter mentioned, to the British team there. Both boats 40 knots. With boat speed 39, 40 knots, so charging into this swell.
We will match them on the tack. Copy. 35 to boundary. Currently we are crossing. Still pretty strong to windward, so I'm thinking we're going to go early kick up. I think any time. 3, 2, 1. Okay, board down. Board down. Moving. 2, 1, 8.
Too late there for the British to hit, for me.
1, go forward.
They've managed to just get it off in time.
Very fast mode.
Beautifully executed manoeuvre there by the British. When Rossa Prada Pirelli having to get out of that wing wash, dirty air off the back of the British team. So great job by Glenmont and Ben Ainsley there.
Go straight. Green. Right, a little more breeze, 15 away. Both lads, lock it in, great work. 10 seconds on the box here, bud.
So the extra manoeuvre having to be done by the Italian team, so it will be an advantage to the British, who are sailing beautifully.
1 knee. Turning. Very well. Going straight here. The pressure on the bow, no problem with him. Right turn, guys.
INEOS Britannia with a clean first leg, and they will take the advantage in the second race of the Louis Vuitton Cup final. They hit the top gate first. Coming in at pace, though, will be Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. How big will the advantage be? Oh, little touchdown by INEOS Britannia. There goes Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Coming down. Catch.
Most boats, surely they're showing a fairly even downwind thus far, so nothing in this race at this point in time. Slight advantage to the British team to execute these manoeuvres very well. Nice slight leeward heel out of that jibe, which is what you want with a wide cant in these windier conditions. So cant, which is the foil arms, a little wider in these windier conditions with a lower centre of effort. So the power in the sails slightly lower, which means you need a wider cant and a little bit more leeward heel.
We can also get one in it. I think at the moment we go for that and assess at the bottom. Late racing through.
Nice, Michael.
Absolutely ripping down there, INEOS Britannia.
Slider here maybe for a bit.
Anything, yeah, nice. Yeah. Only 20 seconds sailing on the next jibe.
Copy.
A lot smoother in INEOS Britannia than race 1.
Lay line, sorry. Little softer patch here.
Really rolly swell. So the flight control is doing an epic job keeping the boats locked in.
Nice. Hand out.
On to chase 0. Peter, how much can change in one race?
Well, yeah, that's right. The boat in the lead has, has that advantage of seeing where the wind is, picking the waves, picking their moment when they can just pull off these manoeuvres, which are so critical. The trailing boat is harder, and we're hearing a big left-hand shift coming off GBR at the moment, so that means that they will be happy with that. That's what they're pushing ahead rather than jibing too early.
Stand by here. Anytime.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 212.
Happy 2 board here.
So 2 legs of 8 about to be completed, and it's a role reversal from race 1. This time it's INEOS Britannia leading at the moment. 2 legs complete. Second upwind leg underway.
Nice clean rounding there by INEOS Britannia.
And then it comes Rossa Prada Pirelli with 7 seconds at the top, 17 at the bottom.
Big trim to get that big twin skin mainsail sheeted on. Around about 10 or 11 tonnes of main sheet load to get on there, to get that sail nice and flat.
Yeah, good lefty here. Take your time.
See the ghost boat here, it's actually liking that right-hand side.
So the British team sailing into a lefty at that bottom end of the course. They came round the bottom mark in that left-hand shift, so that'll be a small advantage to them now as they sail back into the next shift, which will wobble back to the right again. So in phase,
What do you think?
Italians having to dig deep to get back into this.
Have a look here. Hey, we can get 2 and in.
Voice of Dylan Fletcher.
Having an assess. Yeah, let's hit them. Cool. Yeah, call it. Stand by here. And put down. Pause down. 2, 1, mate. Panic. Very well.
So the British team tacking to put the Italian team in their dirty air. And
high mode. Picking mate.
Italians jamming the boat up into a high mode, so just keeping clear of that dirty air. In these upper range conditions, those flat sail plans not disturbing the airflow as much as in the lighter air conditions, so very, very clean sail plan, not affecting your opponent quite as much as in the lighter conditions. So the Italian team working hard to just stay high enough to keep out of any of that dirty air.
Luna Rossa appear to have the high mode. We've seen them use that quite a lot off the start line.
Fantastic front-on shot of both boats there. Just the difference in the aerodynamic profiles of the hulls and also their sails. So great design battle as well as a on-water battle.
15. Hey. Head too slow here. Boundaries moved. Don't get too slow here. Don't get too slow. Quite slow, Leon. Copy.
This is the race committee. We are moving the leeward gate, shifting the course axis to 208.
Be great if we can lay this mark here. That's
So wind shift we were talking about. Race committee just shifting the course just 4 degrees. But that was an impressive long port there by Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Always a good sign for the challenging boat, the boat coming from behind if you can live thin on the hip. So that was a little bit of an arm wrestle coming up to the top mark for the second time.
Luna Rossa actually gained 30 metres, living in not the best position. It was pretty impressive.
I was wondering when they're going to attack us, waiting. This wouldn't go away. That's a big gain for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Look at the speeds they're entering that top gate at. You can see the third leg. INEOS Britannia, though, still leading in race 2. But right behind them now, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
50 knot bear away there by the British. Push now for the cyclaws to retrim the sails.
Come on!
Stand by.
Pressure on both of these manoeuvres for both teams.
Turning. Quite well. Nice and smooth. 10 board. Excellent, here we go. Picking me.
Both boats very, very even in their boat speed.
Everything. Hi, boys. Thanks, lad. Pretty square at the bottom.
On board, Luna Rossa, Francesco Bruni on driving duties at the moment.
Both one a length to the right. He's similar performance. He's in a little lower mode, but looks similar VMG. I'd say no faster. Copy.
Jimmy Spittle painting the picture.
Both these boats really lit up down here through these waves. You just see how fast they're travelling through the troughs and the lulls, just blowing the wave tops clean apart.
Big wave.
You wouldn't want to be sitting on that leeward foil at the moment.
Hey.
The British have a click better VMG, slightly lower.
Let's not go straight, right? Yeah. We get one and then two. Yeah, I'm happy, yeah. Okay, they're going out. We are 6 seconds on the box. Copy. Okay, stand by. 2, 1, forward down. 3, 2, 1, remain. Going. 1, 2, 1, going forward.
Let's go.
Solid gain by INEOS. Certainly we've seen in previous, through the semi-finals, that INEOS on the downwind legs really has legs, and they've used that to their advantage over Luna Rossa as they come down to the bottom mark gate for the end of leg 4. So this is a real topsy-turvy race, really close.
Come on, guys.
Luna
Be surprised. Sorry, Stephen. Again, wouldn't be surprised if we see Luna Rossa take the other gate here.
Yeah, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli are not giving up either way. They're hanging in there, but INEOS Britannia are still leading, and we are halfway through race 2. And just as Glenn says, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli take the opposite mark. They head up on leg 5.
Big push from main there. Up and on when you can.
British there, surely looking like they're in really nice pressure up to windward there compared to where the Italians are. Not many options for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli to dig their way back into this. The British have put their elbows out, doing a nice job.
Okay, there you have tack. Average shift here.
Onto the INEOS Britannia chase boat with coach Rob Wilson. Same conditions, Rob. Different story. What's going on?
You know, I think it was a closer start on that one for sure, and we managed to just hit them on that first tack, and then yeah, we're just putting our elbows out to make it difficult for them to get round.
Oh, Robbie, just wondering if you've made any sort of gear changes with the boat in between 2 races. You're obviously going really well. Just wondering if you've made any changes on board.
Yeah, there's a few little tweaks. I think it's just stepped up their performance slightly, so it's nice to see they've adapted so quickly.
Oh, well done. Carry on.
Thank you. Cheers, buddy.
Let's go. Freezes in the right here, Ben. Good shit.
Feels a little bit like the last race, doesn't it? One boat defending on the other, and the other not, the trailing boat not being able to do too much. The gap is smaller than the last race, but Britannia are defending well.
They certainly are, and always nice as a wider team and as a coaching team to analyse the data make the gear changes and then see that happening with the sailing team executing the changes made and sailing well. So very nice for the coaches there.
They've gone behind us. Yeah, they've gone behind
us. Wind power and human power.
So the humans powering
approach one and in and then assess at the top.
everything above the deck.
Want to go with a big lefty, I think we take it.
See some of the numbers there. Basically the yellow and green, so anything over about 240 watts, sort of
5 seconds on the
a big push. Pretty much in a straight line, they'll be ticking along, and you'll watch the power go up in a manoeuvre here.
It's hard to recognise them with all the sweat, but I think that's Ryan, Todd Hunter and Luke Parkinson pushing hard.
Line ahead, guys.
Big push there. The blue line, the accumulator.
Just lock her in, mate.
The white line, the wattage. Probably run a couple of washing machines, a toaster and a fridge off what they're putting out at the moment.
On that right-hand mark.
We are about to complete leg number 5 in the second race of the Louis Vuitton Cup. And this time it's a different leader. It's INEOS Britannia, the official challenger for record. They've got the wood on Rossa Prada Pirelli at the moment. No one has made a mistake. They're just sailing hard. There goes Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Catch. Have you just got bored with the drive?
Lee McMillan cracking the whip from the back of the boat there. There's 2 cycles in front of him and the 2 on the other side. Saying send it. They need everything in these conditions to trim those big sails back on after having to ease everything quite a bit in these uprange conditions.
INEOS Britannia, great pace down the left-hand side of the screen, in more pressure.
They are getting absolutely carted down that side of the course, having the option to take that gate and sail the shifts at their leisure.
Comes back left a little bit.
They've got the bit between the teeth at the moment.
There are people going to be sitting at home going, how can a boat go from behind in the first race by, say, 46 seconds to be leading in the second? I mean, Rob Wilson, the coach, they played with some stuff. What do you think they've played with to make the boat go this quick?
A little bit more windward when you have it.
Yeah, look, there's a few things you can adjust, particularly hydraulic settings and your settings for the sail trimming. That's the biggest one in these conditions that are hard to adjust. So you can actually feed oil from one loaded function to another function. So the mapping of where that oil's all going is very, very important in these uprange conditions. So I'm sure there would have been some trim adjustments there and hydraulic adjustments made. And the sailing team having to then execute well on board to get the best out of the yacht.
25 seconds, I think.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 208 and lengthening to 1.9 nautical miles.
Nice push. 10 seconds on the box then.
It's looked so much smoother on INEOS Britannia during this race, but also they got a good start.
They certainly did. Seeing that foil arm downwind there on both boats. Big suspension arm through these swells, really, really working hard. Well, right on the edge of ventilation there for the British, getting really high at times. Those big foils hanging on nicely in these rough conditions.
Might sound like a broken record, but it's still INEOS Britannia leading as they complete leg number 6. They're 2 legs away from levelling up this cup.
Go, Jim. Go, Jim. Go, Jim. Go, Jim.
Yeah, they'll be happy inside the INEOS base, and why wouldn't you be? In comes Rossa. What's the delta? Bottom left of your screen. They're 15 seconds behind.
They're not disappearing. Italian team of Rossa Prada Pirelli. That was a really solid rounding there. British, though, sailing into better pressure by the looks of things.
Tiny build, 1 knot, 39, nice.
Picture moment. Nice, stand by.
On board the coach boat of Rossa Prada Pirelli, Philippe Presti joins us again. Complete reversal of race number 1. Can you find anything in the silver bullet?
You should start ahead is a way easier race, and I think INEOS did a good job just to make the start just good enough so they could hold the lane. But yeah, well, see, it's not boat speed race. It's really how you handle the tactical situations, and yeah, that's all for INEOS. They did a very good job.
We can go 20.
Philippe, INEOS Britannia looks a lot smoother, a lot more in control in this race. Are you surprised by that?
I think this game you learn from they're good enough to learn from their mistakes, and probably had a lot of feedbacks, and but I think we're close. You know, it still can happen a lot of things in the next 5 games.
Maybe find a flat spot. We go.
All right, thanks, Philippe.
Come back, guys. 3.
Brilliant shot there of how rough this sea state is. Boat's doing 40 knots upwind through this swell. Difficult position to tack there, Rossa, in that difficult wave state. They've pulled it off beautifully.
We're good for 1 and in right.
INEOS Britannia defending well, and also defending that right-hand side of the track at the very top of the course, which has been so dominant all day.
When you're leading, you get to pick and choose when you tack,
Little softer here.
and you get to sort of dictate the race.
If they go, Ben, or you let them take the extra tacks. Let's put up 1 and in right. Get filler up, lads. Lock it in, lads. Good work. Increasing now.
See how much Ben Ainsley's getting thrown around in the cockpit there. Doesn't look like much for watching at the TV, but I can guarantee you he'll be white knuckle fever hanging on to the big Britannia.
There's quite a lot of G also, isn't there, in the manoeuvres?
It certainly is. You see that Cyclaw's getting flicked around behind him.
Might be able to go a little fat, standing on them. They look like they're following, Ben. Little softer here, but pressure back. Maybe give a little fat in case it goes right to the top. Copy. Happy to call it? Get clear away. It's copy. Thanks. Let's go. 2, 1, port down. 2, 1, eight. Panic. Right, Will. Life game board.
Luke Parkinson calling this is going to be a big bear away, so they'll be charging the accumulator, making sure they've got full oil reserves available for the trimmers. Most important bear away of the day.
Happy to just go right turn here, there's not much gate bias.
INEOS Britannia approaching the top gate for the very last time on day 1 of the Louis Vuitton Cup final. Haven't put a foot wrong. They look good in race number 2.
Okay, turning down in 3, 2, 1, all the way.
And around the mark they go and head home. And then it comes Rossa Prada Pirelli. They just can't catch up.
3, 2, 1, you're clear. I'm catching. That's right.
Both boats 50 knots, 51 and a bit for the British.
Yep, they're happy, and why wouldn't they be? Quiet down there. Maybe it's full of Rossa supporters. Oh no, there is a smattering of British supporters.
So the Italian team looking for a mistake from the British. They keep executing this race like they have been. Surely they'll be in good shape.
Hang on, boys. Dave, follow. Hit me. Gonna get going.
Peter Lester, impressive second race from INEOS.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice start and really good defence on that first upwind leg, and then they've capitalised on that. The other thing I think that stood out to me, INEOS in this race has just had a click faster downwind, making about 4 boat lengths each time they've gone on the downwind leg, and that's just given them that buffer that they've been able to extend. I think very even on the upwind leg between the two boats.
This is almost echoing Jimmy Spittle in the press conference yesterday, where he said this will be incredibly even, full stop. That's all he said.
So the Italian team of Rossa Prada Pirelli just throwing another jibe in. The British team probably only needing one more jibe to get to the finish, so just enticing possible mistake there from the British, but the British pull this next jibe off, they will be good shape.
Front boys, 20 this way, 20 to a jibe. Push. 1 minute.
Not much rudder in the water sometimes.
Certainly not, but when it's travelling through the water at 43 knots, it's got plenty of flow over it to have some grip, so British sailing really well. Not much the Italians can do at the moment.
Backing down now.
It has been a class performance from the official challenger of record, INEOS Britannia, beaten by 46 seconds in race number 1, have responded in kind. And at the end of day 1 in the Louis Vuitton Cup, we are locked up. Britannia get the win. It's 1-all.
Thanks, boys. And turning up. Got boys with 2 boards down here. Good effort, lads. Well done.
Yep, way to go. That's all happiness on the coach boat. I can imagine it's like that in the supporters area as well, as Luna Rossa finish. They'll all go away, and tomorrow they'll have a break and think, right, how do we get each other again?
Right, good effort, boys.
Sets us up beautifully.
We go a little bit up on the course.
So we are potentially going racing without Luna Rossa. Drama on the 3rd day of racing, and only the 3rd race. My goodness. The America's Cup throwing another spanner into the works. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli's already had 1 major breakage, but they were pretty comfortable going in. Now, look at this. They are in a frenzy to get going with the score at 1-all in the Louis Vuitton Cup final. We'll get clearance to see if we've reached the limit and we're clear to go racing. Hold your breath, Luna Rossa fans.
Okay, stand by. Boards going down.
This is the race committee. We have now met the win limit, and this race is live.
Oh my goodness. Now do we see the delay card called. Huge moment for INEOS Britannia.
Disaster for the Italian team there. They will have to concede this point.
Hey, happy to come down whenever you're ready. Yeah, we'll just keep reaching like this. Are you gonna working away in 3?
British have to sail around the course, I think, to get the point, or unless the Italians retire from this race.
Taking main, lads. Holding.
So INEOS Britannia are to come in at 2 minutes and 10 seconds on port. They know what's going, so coming in late is going to be of no issue at this point.
High road here, so just stay low for now. Come ahead.
This is the umpires. Italy has been disqualified. The race is stopped and awarded to GBR.
Well, just like that, INEOS Britannia has been handed a huge advantage in race number 3.
Coming down to here, quite hot. Just got a mark.
Race done, point handed.
10 seconds.
Right now, it's Britannia 2, Luna Rossa 1.
Okay, boys.
Massive day. For all, may I say it, massive day for all the wrong reasons for Luna, but a huge day at the start of this day for INEOS Britannia.
There you go, Jim.
Well, Italy get a black flag because they have outside assistance during the race, and so for INEOS Britannia, they don't even have to cross the start line.
We're going to run with the 35 minutes, right, between these races. Yeah, so let's just get Chase 2 on board and regroup, eh? Yeah.
INEOS Britannia have been told they don't even have to start, that they have the win.
And my apologies there. I thought they actually had to sail a course with that outside assistance. Umpire Richard Slater can pull out the outside assistance card, so off the hook, and a that'll be the easiest point that INEOS Britannia will get, I think, for this Louis Vuitton final series. So not the way you want to win a point, and they will not be celebrating the earning of that point one iota, the British team. You don't want to see that with your opponents, and they were wanting to have a good battle turn that point, and hopefully our Italian friends can get this sail down and back up again with a new one as quickly as possible and get into racing.
Let's go to Chief Umpire Richard Slater. Richard, can you just run us through the call you made to disqualify Luna Rossa and award the important one race point to INEOS Britannia, please?
Sure, Stephen. In this situation, Luna Rossa had outside assistance been a non-sailing crew on board. So while they're racing with that, that's an offence that gets disqualified for. If they didn't have those people on board, we'd be expecting to see GBR do at least start the race.
All right, well, that's all we need to hear. Thanks for your time, Richard.
No worries.
Yes, says everybody in the race management around the world. We're good to go for race number 4. INEOS Britannia lead 2-1. Now the build-up begins. They can shake off the shackles and do it. Italy will be on port entry. INEOS Britannia will be on starboard entry. It's 8 legs. And the crowds will be ready for this one. Why, they have been patient like everybody. Britannia has its fans. Luna Rossa has its fans. How good. How good.
We've waited all afternoon, but this is going to be a stonker. Can't wait.
So Italy a little late into it.
Coming up a bit.
They're very slow here, the Italians, so potential piece by the British here. The Italians, the give way boat. And they will have to keep clear of INEOS Britannia.
Okay, stand by. Great test. Okay, jibing. Right, boys. Can't jibe. Mark. On the way up. Standing up here. And that's boys. All the way up into attack.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli on port. They had to give way.
Full speed. Happy for a board
This will be red rag to a ball here for Ben Ainsley and INEOS Britannia.
They tap. And turning. My wheel. Full speed. That's yours. Push, keep pushing here. Push down.
We have full-on engagement between these giants.
We've got 1 minute. Come by for a stampella. On. Sorry.
Police on jib.
Keep pushing here, guys. Down. Hey, these 2 boards still loose. Stop the driving if you can. Green. Got it. Still is on jib, guys. At Chinese.
Tough position for Luna Rossa here. They tack, they're above the ley line.
No problem with the jibe. On the ley line here. Keep pushing down if you can. Down.
INEOS Britannia stopping Luna Rossa jibing.
Flag that. Brake test. Jibing all the way up. Turning right. Jesus Christ. Brake test. What's the racing here? 7-6 for me. Full speed.
No penalty from the umpire. It's greened.
They are quite strong with that. They're still strong. It is starting to go. We are good. Killing a couple here. And racing on the clock. You're racing. Accumulator, guys. Push. Go hard. Go hard.
Let's go. We are racing. Race 4 on the Louis Vuitton Cup.
Too high. He's going to go away. Pressing a little. I think we go short when he goes. Okay, he's gone.
Very even on that start. They were 15 metres back. Nothing in it.
Hey, stand by, guys. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, big leeway skid there from Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli in that tack.
Nice one. Right, just get a locked in first. I could left here at the moment. Yeah, copy. Okay, what if he takes... At the moment we cross. Good left in, keep going here.
Lock it in heel ahead. Nice and smooth.
Yeah, everyone just quieten down. Give me a minute.
Just having a look at this pre-start incident here. So,
And flag that, flag that. Protest! All the way up. Turning right. Jesus.
by Richard Slater and his team saying no foul there on the Italian team.
Flag that.
Very, very interesting, but we'll get back into racing. And this next intersection coming up in the next 15 seconds. Rossa will be the give-way boat, so the Italian team should be able to cross or attack in front of the British team.
Yeah. Going fast to leeward. Whichever you want. You stay on it. Fast here. Go for the hook here. Work it up. Work it up. Work it up.
Then Ainsley pushing high.
Protest. Looking down.
If there's an overlap, Luna, Rossa Prada Pirelli have to keep clear.
Hey, my trap.
No penalty.
Okay, stand by.
It's a lot more excited than we're normally hearing on INEOS Britannia, right from the get-go.
You ask for an aggressive start to a race, you've got an aggressive start.
You'll expect to see the Italian team.
We don't have a problem with load on the bow.
The gloves are fully off on INEOS Britannia.
Let's go on to chase zero, Peter Lester.
Well, the wind's up, but so is the intensity. And what I'm seeing is it's a battle for the small yards. Although they're ripping along at close to 40 knots, it's whoever can just make a 10-metre advantage, you know, boat on boat, that will be so crucial in the top half of the course. Brilliant match racing and a bit of aggro out on the course.
So the Italians just deciding to carry on, and
keep trying this mode.
they'll be trying to sail a high mode to get to take that right turn, but nothing in this race.
All the rights here with INEOS Britannia.
We're crossing, we go right turn, little press if you can, just a little. All good, just here on the mark. No closer. Your trap.
Rossa Prada Pirelli get to the top gate first, but only just. That's one leg of 8 done. Many more punches to be thrown.
2, 1, peeling.
Was quite the bear away on Luna, Rossa Prada Pirelli, 55 knots.
Oh, the British team,
if you want,
big touchdowns there, so a much better mark rounding and exit from Luna Rossa.
Board down here, board down
Pirelli.
and turning. 2, 1, made. Nice slow turn here. Nice and slow. Okay, good Nice to set the flat hill. Taking mate. Tailgate to us.
Touching 50 knots of boat speed down there.
And
the British in a really, really strong puff of breeze.
It's not far though. In this still.
They're crossing. It's fine. Normal numbers. Left is sort of right at the moment. I've got a good one here, guys.
Both these skippers love a fight, and they are certainly fighting in race 4 of the Louis Vuitton Cup.
No lower than this? No.
I'm trying. We should go straight here.
There's a whole new level of intensity today, and even the way they're pushing the boats, not just the fighting. I mean, that mark rounding, 55 knots, 102 kilometres an hour. That's full on.
That feels good.
Definitely taking the brakes off,
Fires to the right gate.
holding it on.
So, all good.
Pushing these boats to the absolute limit of physics and cavitation on these foils.
Well here.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 215.
That's getting a little left too, so keep it simple. Have a look at the ley line. Coming close, a little bit longer. Go past a little bit.
Hey, system there.
Yeah, stand by.
2, 1, and board down.
Hearing the discussion between Jimmy Spittle and Kekko Bruni.
Little lefty.
We'd expect to see the Italian team
Up, guys.
just go left turn here. I don't think they'll be wanting to take this gate off the British in these windy conditions. Be a split turn.
The speeds that they're coming in, I don't think we've seen in this regatta so far. 47, 48 coming into the mark. So it's Rossa Prada Pirelli opposite. Mark runnings, but we're now, that's 2 done. 6 to go. Wow. This is racing like we haven't seen before.
Next attack, yes. Stand by. Board down. 2, 1, made. Turning. Farewell. 2, 1, and board.
Luna Rossa just made 1 boat length on that downwind leg, so they just, it's an absolute fight to the, the fight to the death between these 2 boats with it uprange and plenty of aggression coming from both boats, and they're evenly matched.
And reminder, this is a race that Luna Rossa must win to level it up at 2-all. They need to win. They do not want to go down by 2 races.
We have enough for the lead to bail him out. I'm going to give you a call in 3, 2, 1, board down.
Good luck to you. Backing up. Right, Jack. Happy to pit, might have a hook.
Yeah.
Luna Rossa defending hard.
Got to keep clear here, the Italian team.
Keep going, Dylan.
Nothing in it.
Keep going, guys. Mia. That's just normal mode. No slower. Taking main. Keep sailing fast here. You've got boundary coming up. I got it. Got attack here. Copy. 2, 1, board down. 3, 2, 1, main. Okay, pushing here. On you, press. This is a joke, umpires. Literally losing the rudder into it. 20 knots.
Hearing the frustration from Helm Dylan Fletcher.
Think about taking with him. But
Will be about locking boats in here and sailing accurately under pressure.
Hit him on starboard, basically.
You've got to keep
not rush if he goes
a blue head and just keep sailing your boat well against your opponent. Quite heel on the...
Got a traveller, mate.
We want to do a little bit of a meal.
What do you think here, Stand by.
A little bit loose on board INEOS Britannia.
He's taking here.
Perfect. I'm traveller all the way down the time, sir. Okay, here, let's get it going. All good. Okay, come with.
We have full engagement.
You are now. Pushing for speed. Let's get this going. No, I think just have a moment.
So what if he goes here? For 1 and in?
Certainly plenty of comms coming off both boats, as you'd expect in this tight battle.
Slightly fat on lay line. Nice job. All the way to lay here.
In 3.
Stand by here. Keep going a bit. He hasn't tagged yet. Put down.
Don't call.
3, 2, 1. Okay, time. Turning. Stand by. 2, 1, down. Go board. And lift to windward. High mode here. And coming high as well. Still think we follow them down to the top. Copy. That's a good angle here.
So probably both boats will take left turn at the top. Big pressure manoeuvres, these bearaways at the top mark in these conditions. So whichever team does the better job will take the game in the next 10 or 15 seconds.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli screaming into that top gate. And right in their treasure is INEOS Britannia. You can hear the pressure on these crews.
I think INEOS Britannia are confident in their pace.
Going down. Happy.
So just using that windward board as a damper for roll, and then actually deciding to roll into an early jibe. So nice practice manoeuvre there, just trying to get the split. The Italian team doing a beautiful rounding and exit there, taking quite a gain, getting a good slingshot. Very, very eased jib on the British team. A little bit too eased potentially, and just taking the foot off the gas, just not using all the power available to them to get that slingshot in.
Focus on performance.
Ready, solid breeze here. -1.
A nice mode here, guys.
Yeah, that was decision time there for Luna Rossa. When INEOS went into that jibe. Yesterday, actually, in the light conditions, we saw Luna Rossa do they jibed at the same time. That time they gave them some the gauge between the two boats, and Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli did a beautiful jibe, and they've jumped out to a little bit of a comfortable lead now.
So we have to start thinking about the bottom. Righty at the moment. The gate's very square, so...
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli pulled a few metres on this leg. Just sailing cleanly, out of the drama.
Nice there.
Both teams sailing really deep angles, sort of be probably over 150, somewhere between 150 and 158 would be my guess in these conditions. So
left turn, eh?
see the VMGs around 43 knots in a straight line. That is the velocity made good to the bottom gate.
Right side. Yeah. They're a bit tight on it, that's the only thing.
He's an easy
A
lead.
little more pressure on here now.
Here maybe. He's going to be in on this with us.
A big push on outer here, guys.
So the Italian team here, well and truly tapping out on their cavitation of their foils. So the faster mode heating up just doesn't pay in these windier conditions. So the British should lay in to get the right turn as well, potentially, but may choose to split just for tactical purposes.
Halfway through race number 4, that's 4 legs of 8 done. Around goes Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, but you know, not too far away, INEOS Britannia. Can they run them down in these conditions?
Really, really wide turn around the mark for INEOS Britannia, so giving away valuable metres.
Come on, lads, game on.
100 metre loss there potentially from that wide turn, so that 100 metre deficit's now turned into 200 metres from that wide turn.
Let's go on board the chase boat for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Well, I think the word aggressive comes to mind about the start of this race, Philippe.
A little bit lower in boat speed.
Yeah, the boy did a very good job, just tight turns and very aggressive moves. So, yeah, very pleased about the way we're sailing, where it's super disappointing about the failure on the first race, and everyone was really pumped to make it work.
Must be tense in the coach boat. This is a must-win race, Philippe.
Well, we're still far in the series. There's only a couple of races, but for sure you want to win every race. And as I said, we were very disappointed not to be able to fight on the race number 1.
All right, thanks for your time.
A little bit of a meal before the attack.
Yeah, I agree. Little the investment.
Yeah, a little bit of investment. Good mount, guys. Boat is feeling good.
Italians really, really locking Silver Beast in.
What do you think, Jimmy, all the
Absolutely
way?
hauling up wind well
So. It's a pretty
inside.
nice number.
40 degrees true wind angle there, so
Wind is back to 110 to 112.
sailing them in phase.
A lot calmer on board now, Luna Rossa.
They just eked themselves out now to a comfortable lead, so it was very, very tight down the bottom there, but the British just a wide turn, taking left turn, possibly getting out of phase as well. So the Italians now take a couple of breaths, but this race is far from over.
Now we're getting later in the afternoon, we are seeing this pattern that we've seen right through the regatta here, where the right-hand side of the track starts to pay later in the day. So what happened, the wind is rotating to the right, and it's a little bit more pressure along that shoreline. And that was the weather intel that Luna Rossa had pre the start, and they've worked it beautifully on this upwind leg.
I agree with Pete there, and we've seen this in this direction before.
Non mi senti?
41.
Senti ora?
now.
Recupera.
Oh, ti sta andando tutta. Ah, slide, from destra, chiara, hard one.
Vai giù.
One down.
This will be the final tack on this beat for Rossa Prada Pirelli, and a beautiful tack it is as well. Taking a commanding lead now, sailing that beat upwind absolutely perfectly.
Coming in here.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, they will complete leg number 5. After all the fireworks of probably the first 3 legs, it's now in calm, collected, and doing the job, and their race fans will be happy about that. In comes INEOS Britannia. They've now completed 5 legs, 3 to go in glamour conditions on the Mediterranean.
Hey, hit it, boys.
Yeah, huge big ease on that front sail on board INEOS Britannia. Not sure that that's the fastest way to get around the mark, but they'll be doing it for a reason, but I'm struggling to find out what that reason would be in my mind.
2, 1, board down.
2, 1, mate.
And turning.
I will.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, lengthening the course to 1.95 nautical miles and shifting the axis to 213.
Yeah, hook up. Here we go.
We still have 19-20 knots of wind.
Big push there. Well, the cycles there cruising wattage between 300 and 400 watts, so pulling this off for over 25 minutes is a huge push, averaging there 15 to 1600 watts, right at the limit of where they've got their accumulator set at the moment, so they'll be trying to direct drive as many functions as they can without having to use that accumulator if they don't have to.
Bottom gate is pretty square.
Okay,
They probably just one in left.
okay.
2, 1, pressure on.
Right on the edge here, fantastic sailing, really accurate steering there by Jimmy Spithill, and some fantastic trimming, so you just see how much the boats are getting flicked around. The power changes in the puffs and the lulls and the shifts having to be very accurately controlled on the helm and the trimming.
8 seconds, I think.
Italian
we
team
go
doing a
1
great
second
job.
past. In 3, 2, 1, anytime.
Looking good.
One of the differences I'm seeing is on the mark roundings, and INEOS just look to be a little bit tentative. At the top mark, they're going down with 2 foils down and wanting stability, and we saw that big rotation and turn at the last time at the bottom mark. I think Luna Rossa just a little bit cleaner around the marks.
And Luna Rossa are about to round the mark to complete 6 legs of 8. Go upwind for the final time. It's a strong lead against INEOS Britannia in what has been a fiery confrontation. INEOS Britannia fans will be hoping that they can salvage something out of this, but frankly, so you only get the point for crossing the line, nothing for second. They are around a mark and complete 6 legs. 2 to go.
On course.
Inboard.
Watch out.
Good.
Much smoother apex and tighter turn on that rounding from the British team. Italians needing to keep sailing their boat well. Those skinny foils in these conditions, very side loaded.
Big pressure, average over 20 knots at the green bits on the wind field. Well, that's more than 20 knots. There's a lot of breeze.
40 knots of boat speed there on the Italians.
Let's go on board the chase boat for INEOS Britannia. Have a quick chat to Rob Wilson. Fiery start. Any concerns at that start, Rob?
No, like they're pushing. Both boats are pushing hard. We need to review it. It's obviously quite a tight call. The boys thought it was going their way, and we'll check in. That's for sure.
Happy to be racing though after this 2-hour delay.
Yeah, for sure. I think everyone wants that, don't they? And what a cracker it is.
Absolute cracker, mate. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, mate.
There you go. He continues.
Big right at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay, coming back a bit.
Into this pressure.
Good in.
3, 2, 1. Board down.
Good lefty, good lefty.
It'll be a welcome sign for the team. Good lefty as you get over to the left-hand side of the course. So
a bit fast on the lefty. Last one.
that left-hand shift, the breeze rotating a little bit to the left, so that lifts the boat up and gets it pointing closer to that top gate relative to your opponent if they are in that left shift as well. So always sail fast in a left shift if you're on port.
on the next one and take the left gate.
Yeah, great.
You hear Keko Bruni telling us the plan.
Last one here.
Last one.
I'm a lot of the times in direct. Sorry guys.
No worries. Tiny bit here. Might be a bit of a righty coming.
You don't want to go with him here? If we go right to third? Yeah, we keep the manoeuvres down. Just go to line. After left.
Huge righty here.
The delta has closed between the boats.
3, 2, 1, more down. We could be like this.
He's on low line.
Speed here.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll get it, but yes.
5.
15 this way.
It'll be a big push for the Italian team to lay that left turn at the top, so potentially both boats taking right turn if the Italians don't lay, and gains to the British team of INEOS Britannia.
The call here, Jimmy.
Not no more.
No, don't worry, do one in your right, that's fine.
The speed is good here for the duck. Hey, stand by. 1, board down.
It has been a strong upward leg from INEOS Britannia. We are not done yet. One more leg to go downwind. Afterburners on for both boats, one would suggest. We're going to a stunning finish. Hold on.
2, 1. Hit it, lads. Smash it. Good trap. High trap. Smash it, lads. Rail it. 25 this way. Backing down. No faster. Smash it, lads, again. Okay, stand by the jibe here. 2, 1. Forward down. 3, 2, 1, mate. Turning. Hey, mine. Stay them well, lads. Let's go. 1. All the way out. Turn board. Let's go. Keep on, boys.
Tidy jibe there on board the British. Pressure now on the Italians to execute as well.
Goes all the way to boundary. Both neck in line with standing up for one. Big push, guys.
Last push.
Both boats asking for more oil, more work from the cyclers.
At the moment. We'll brace coming in 5. 45 this way. No trap, let's go. Maybe slightly faster mode is needed. Copy. Already have it. Copy, yeah, okay, just righty back, maybe. Yeah, keen, let's go. Okay, 2, 1, 4 down here. 2, 1, made. Turning, I will.
Best race of the series so far, and it's been an absolute beauty. What we saw at the top mark is Luna Rossa again, just extending when INEOS jibed away to just give themselves a bit of lateral leverage, And we see it again on that jibe as they head down towards the finish.
He got his jibe in real close here, but I think he do at the moment just normal numbers.
Rossa Prada Pirelli having to dig deep here.
Hey, normal mode.
There's absolutely nothing in this race, and both boats having to do one more manoeuvre to get to the finish. So
middle of the course.
Italians having to keep the elbows out hard here, stop the fast charging British team.
On a light lay line for the pin here. Copy. Minus to the other end, annoyingly. But
middle. Also, we got 15 this way.
We could be witnessing an America's Cup Classic, race 4 of the Louis Vuitton Cup final series off the coast of Barcelona. Luna Rossa need this win to level the series up at 2-all. We are not done with. Look at the relative speeds. Look at INEOS Britannia.
Slightly down.
don't have room on him here, Ben. Why not? What are you thinking? Why don't we have room?
They are closing fast, but will it be enough?
We're kind of stuck now, aren't we?
Not this time. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli win race 4. We are locked up at 2-all.
That was a race. What a comeback by INEOS Britannia on that last lap. This is a fight that's going to go on and on. What a day they've had.
It's been a big day for everybody today. No matter where you're sitting, whether you're on board the yacht or in the booth, talking about it, it's been a fantastic day. And congratulations to Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli for a very well-controlled, well-executed race and managing to hold off a fast-charging British team of INEOS Britannia. They also sailed a really good race. Just a couple of little ones that possibly didn't go their way, but we are level pegging again, even on points. What a day.
From a position of having to gift a race because of broken battens in the mainsail, to then getting and waiting for 2 hours to get going, to producing one of the best America's, if not the best America's Cup race we have seen this whole regatta. And that's all anyone wanted in here. And to use Shirley's words, after yesterday's street fight, the one word that comes to mind, composure is now required.
Yeah, I wonder if there might be a little bit of a reset today. But both teams know if they're going to win this final, they've got to take it on.
Yeah, perfect conditions today, a couple of knots lighter than yesterday, so we will still see some fantastic performance, and we're going to see a real battle in this restart coming up shortly.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli coming in from port. They're allowed to enter the start box at 2 minutes and 10 seconds, and then on starboard it will be INEOS Britannia at the 2-minute mark.
Good on timing.
Green light, Luna Rossa.
Crossing, no problem at this stage.
Both boats approaching it from really high up the course, easier to judge.
Back down here. Copy.
Green light, INEOS Britannia, and a little bit late into the box.
And diving here.
Slightly flatter water conditions today, so a little bit easier to sail the boats and keep pushing hard.
Very slow. Okay, turning up into
Quite the entry into the start box at 46 knots.
Giving the speed. Roger.
Here's 2 board.
On a speed you want. Bit of fast more speed here. There again. Just holding off and good, I think. Okay.
Just low of your line. Here's still 2 board. Hold line.
2-1. Having to wait down.
Away, boys. He's on sails here.
Quite early here. What do you want to do here, man?
40 kill.
Go past them here. Okay, working down at 2. Working down.
Luna Rossa hugging the wall, trying to get their time and distance spot on.
Edge of boundary. Killing 20.
The Italian team just trying to put the decision-making process onto the British team there as to either jump or push.
Right turn here.
Only killing 1 for the pin. Cross, turning up. Apart.
Big cavitation here.
Big loss. the rudder there for the Italians. They could potentially be late here for this start. Big mistake by the Italian team.
Still quite early. For me, just I want to be over here. Racing all the time, guys. 16 seconds, big down. Full speed, boys, all the way. Can't get there.
So advantage to the British team.
Race 5 in the Louis Vuitton Cup final is on. Early advantage, INEOS Britannia.
INEOS Britannia 35 metres back, doing 35 knots, but it didn't matter. They have the advantage.
That is a massive advantage in these early stages of this race for INEOS Britannia.
Pretty average direction.
Taking a main. Hold it. Big numbers here. For investment. That's right. 2, 1. Raises average ship.
We'll expect to see INEOS Britannia tacking right in front of the Italian team now, just to put them in that dirty air and control the race if they can.
Going forward. Normal mode.
Hey, stand by. 2, 1.
Hey, tap that.
Not much runway for the Rossa Prada Pirelli to that boundary, so there's going to be some quick tacking manoeuvres here. Interesting to see if the British go back immediately.
Coming to the G-spot here. Right turn here.
Only killing one for the pen. Very cross. Turning up.
So just a big loss of the rudder and the foil there, so a big ventilation. You see just too high there on that leeward foil and a big ventilation, so pulling an air path down.
I think we continue here. Little gain to us. All the way.
The British team there
swapping sides.
deciding to go past. They'll be using that runway to then take advantage as they get to the other side of the course.
Right here, we're over speed. Nice mode.
Coming up to halfway up the first windward beat. The top right looks a little bit favoured. We have got this effect of the wind wrapping around high land over on the port side. So the call before the race from both teams was soft right call, which means starboard approach from the right-hand side probably gives you the best angle and best breeze.
Decision-making time now for the British of whether they tack or carry on.
Full gas here. That's one.
They're opting for the one less manoeuvre. They'll do one tap to get to the top. The Italians also one more manoeuvre to the top.
Here, so just have a look.
Come by, guys. Going in 3.
Seems a different tempo on INEOS Britannia today, much more composure, calmer, less aggression.
5 seconds. Come by.
I'm sure there would have been a hefty debrief last night.
No problem.
INEOS Britannia setting up for a right turn. Blue Rossa most likely a left turn.
INEOS Britannia complete the first leg of 8, and in a game where you have to minimise mistakes, the Rossa Prada Pirelli will be kicking themselves at the moment, but they are flying into that top gate for the first time with 7 legs to go. This is, even at this point, anybody's race.
Both teams around 51 knots. Exit speed, so pushing hard.
Little left of anything.
Nothing in this race at the moment.
Little puff on. You're going to take it to shift, Gecko.
Take your time.
Okay, boys. 2, 1.
Long coasty jibe there by
nice punt there for
Italian
us.
team. British now jibing, looking like they're going to line themselves up with a reasonable angle.
Good then, ready phase, with good pressure coming.
good place.
What happened with the rudder, do you think? Not sure.
Down a bit.
Maybe a bag or something. Yeah. I see. Pressure increase in 2. Are we looking here, Ben? Yeah, we're ahead, but it's close. Hey, currently going to be set up for that right turn at the bottom. Be an additional manoeuvre for us if we want to cover them off. And we're ahead by 6 lengths. Yeah. That's a bias. Pretty square, isn't it? I mean, we've seen that bottom, that right turn be good. Let's let them go and then jibe and set up for the one and then right. Yeah, copy.
Great commentary by Ben Ainsley, Bill Fletcher, painting the picture and the options.
Yeah, any time here. Okay, stand by. And board down. 2, 1, made. Okay, turning. I will.
Both teams absolutely flying on this downwind, this flatter water. Very, very flat sails set up for the downwind, so really, really clean and efficient sail package on both boats for maximum speed.
Running it right here at the moment, I think. Slightly biased to the other gate, but it's a typical manoeuvre for them, I guess. Yeah. Okay, stand by. Okay, yeah, holding. Okay, yeah, put down.
Italians in general just sailing a little more twisted on their main sail, sailing a slightly faster mode.
Going forward.
They're right up the exhaust pipe of the British there, so nothing in this race. Be careful of that foil wash though.
By your trap, right trap. Going down here. 2, 1, made. Okay, 2, 1, turn it up. Okay, split. Yep. Okay, charge.
So we are around the gate, split tack by both. It's actually pretty close, isn't it?
Hey, get it going, boys.
Yeah, extremely tight race there. The Italian team doing a really nice job there to close the bearing on their opponents and almost round simultaneously around that left turn at the bottom. So not going to be much in it. They're going to split. They'll both bounce off the boundaries most likely. British just coming back a click earlier through a nice line of pressure by the looks of things.
Up with mode when you can. Nice.
Still nothing in this race.
All the way here.
Apply, boys. Going 3, 2.
Up with low.
Board down.
Board down.
Trap is down. Okay, no lower. Good angle.
So decision time now for the British team of whether to
Come up,
attack in front.
Build higher. Speed is up.
Happy with 41. We're right there. Keep pushing, boys.
Clear ahead there, INEOS Britannia.
Very safe.
Deciding to carry on, possibly setting something on the bow.
Good mode.
Britannia just protecting that right-hand side of the course. They elected not to tack to windward of Luna Rossa. There has been just a small advantage, pressure and angle at the top of the course. The other thing I did hear on the downwind leg, Dylan Fletcher talked about maybe something on the rudder and talked about a plastic bag. Looking at the performance, I'm assuming that's cleared itself.
Back here, Ben, so got a bit of an option to hit him here or take that right turn at the top again. So how big a lead have we got? We can hit him like 100 metres. Need to go in 5 seconds. Push out. Let's continue.
INEOS Britannia choosing not to engage, just sail their own race.
Okay, let's attack on him now.
A really interesting decision there.
1, turning. Around. 2, 1, get on board.
We might take not good puff on the bow.
And lefty right now. Looks like a puff on the bow. Transition coming here.
I think we go short of lane.
Okay.
Going in right.
Taking main.
Pretty soon.
Take it life hard for the split at the top. Yep. 8 tacks. Let's tack with it. 2, 1, board down. Yep. 3,
big
2,
slide,
1,
boys.
main. Turning. 5, 2, 1, going board.
Hey, we just take a little high mode here.
So the British team
We got a clear of it.
On him here.
just putting the Italians there right in their exhaust fumes, so that dirty air
Is
off
coming on this angle.
their rig, affecting the performance now of the Italian team.
Thinking both one and in right. Stay line 2 on the box. Okay, 4 down. 2, 1, made. Panic. Right, well. 5, game board.
The Italian team most likely will follow the right turn of INEOS Britannia.
Take windward here.
So INEOS Britannia still with that slight edge gained in the start box error by Rossa Prada Pirelli, but they are holding it and look assured the way they are holding this lead as we complete 3 legs and head downwind for leg number 4 of 8.
Italian team just having to sit in the dirty air of the British team of INEOS Britannia, so
A little righty at the moment.
won't be gaining just at the moment, but they've managed to keep it close enough. They've got the pressure well and truly on the British to execute well.
So well matched in terms of performance. I mean, you could not pick one.
Going good. Pressure here. Keep going, lads. Close. Make it on, boys.
Even though the wind's 2 or 3 knots less today than it was yesterday, the water being flatter, we're actually seeing slightly better performance in a straight line for 2 boats. So sea state making it hard when it's wavy to get those top end speeds.
On here.
A passing G-spot here. I think about it. I think we go here, and worst case we do 20 in right.
Copy.
Rossa doing well to keep this tight, but they need something to happen. And INEOS Britannia sailing flawlessly in this race.
Bottom end speed in their jibes. Very, very fast there. 42 knots at boat speed.
Taking main. Holding.
Pretty square going.
Taking main.
Looking at the 2 boats going downwind, Rossa's jib is just slightly bigger in area. And I know before the start they called a J4. Now, the advantage with the slightly more sail area should be a downwind advantage. It looks like the boats are very evenly matched. I was impressed on that second windward beat, how INEOS just controlled the course, did a beautiful job of making Rossa Prada Pirelli, just not giving them an opportunity to get into the passing lane.
I need a low mode here, sorry man. Yeah, it's coming on. Low mode here. Thanks, low mode please. Hurry up. Round us up here. Mode, early drop. Yeah. Up in 5.
INEOS Britannia are giving Rossa Prada Pirelli no room to move in race 5 of this Louis Vuitton Cup Series. And we're at the halfway mark. 4 legs completed of 8.
Boss, 2, 1, going forward.
There goes Rossa Prada Pirelli. It's going to be one mistake that could define this race. We've seen it already. Is that the only one that we will see?
Let's speed here. You've only got 15 on the box, so anytime. Stand by. And forward. 2, 1, made. Panic. Farewell. 2, 1, go board.
INEOS Britannia in more breeze there. You can see it with the wind field. Green meaning more breeze, blue less.
31 knot bottom speed there. Very good tack.
On board INEOS Britannia's chase boat with coach Rob Wilson. Rob, after yesterday's rather emotional race in race 4, what was the word to the team going into today's race?
We just wanted to get on with our processes and have a clean race. That was the main thing. There was a lot of rules incidents going on yesterday, and not that you can't trust the decisions, but it, you know, often comes down to a 50-50, and you never quite know the outcome. So we're just trying to keep it clean.
On the bow, I think.
Yeah, Rob, it just seemed like a different mindset on board INEOS Britannia today.
Yeah, they're all fully focused. You know, I wouldn't say it's that much different to normal, but yeah, they're all business today, that's for sure.
All right, thanks for your time, Rob.
Thank you.
Pressure on the bow. On the boats.
Both boats able to tow a barefoot water skier upwind at the moment at 80 kilometres an hour.
I don't fancy it though, do you?
You want to have your knees strapped up, that's for sure, going upwind into those waves, but unbelievable performance, tacking through around about 80 degrees or less.
The real thought as we start to run out of legs is what can the Italians do?
Yeah, the only option is to keep it close, keep it tight.
Quite like what we did last time then. Go on him now or just split. Up to you.
Wondering this time whether we go all the way, see where he tacks. Hey, I think he tacks, we tack, Echo. Yeah, okay. Anytime. Thank you.
Coming up with this investing. 2, 1, 4 down.
Just see how little the boats turn through the eye of the wind. Absolutely nothing in the performance between these two boats. Absolutely tied together with a piece of string.
Speed is up on angle.
Great opportunity for us, guys.
Yeah, Luna Rossa, they're attacking early, asking the question of INEOS Britannia.
That's really good. Nice. Good mode.
Cyclers working hard, a lot of
7
tags on
seconds,
this
remember
leg.
the high mode before the tack.
Stand by.
Start doing it.
2, 1.
Rico Voltolini there.
So it's been a strong upward leg for Rossa Prada Pirelli. It still remains tight as INEOS Britannia continue to lead in this fifth race. Remember, the scoreboard at the moment, it's 2-all.
They will be slightly down speed for this bear away, the British, so
Keep going, boys. All the way in.
having to sail through the foil wash here.
Taking main. Big push.
Italians, so needing to be careful not to get caught in that vortex
Taking main.
through the water there.
Try and lock her in, boys.
Upset the boat's trim.
Yeah, obviously it's not just the air that's disturbed, it is
further.
the water also.
I think any time.
4 down.
Attack bear away for INEOS Britannia. Big move though at the top of the course.
3, 2, 1, main. Heading. 1, 2, 1, going board.
Slightly floaty jibe there by the Italian team, so it wasn't their best jibe. A bit high and a bit slidey, so great jibe on the British team. They've taken a gain out of that set of manoeuvres.
Fans on the waterfront
Come on up, boys.
thinking about what could be leg 6 of 8.
Hey, at the G spot and go, I think.
Yeah, we're ready here.
Stand by. 2, 1, coming down.
Okay, then, jibe. Okay, stand by. Up. Down. 2, 1, made. Heading. Hello. 2, 1, going board. Then hook up here.
Big push here on the pedals. So
Taking main.
have to try and get that power on. 2,100 watts peak there. Huge push.
Okay, 1 in right at the moment. Taking main. Slightly biased to the left gate, but not much.
Little gain on this leg for
Make sure
INEOS
we go just
Britannia.
a touch past it this time.
A little bit of breathing space.
Certainly sailing the boat accurately.
1, quiet down.
INEOS team.
3, 2,
Italians
1,
breathing right down their neck at the moment, so cannot afford any mistakes.
Going board. Open our line.
British team doing a fantastic job, just taking all the options for the overtaking move away from Rossa Prada Pirelli, forcing them to follow, which is what they're wanting to do.
Happy here? Happy right turn? Yeah, happy right turn. Okay, stand by.
It would appear that the word of the day in the INEOS Britannia camp is control. And control they do. Race 5 of the Louis Vuitton Cup.
Oh, and they've had a big slide. The British team, they need to get it under control. They've just got the grip back there, but that's a huge loss of performance. The Italians will probably sail right up behind them and then immediately tack. They need to get locked in as well.
Stand by. 2, 1, little bit.
More down, 2, and
This race is back on with that big slide at the bottom. British team opening themselves up with that little mistake.
Big push here, guys.
Yep. Best performance.
Push. Okay, 3.
You can hear the tempo on board INEOS Britannia. They're back in defending mode.
2, 1, and working up.
Just as the boat's turning here, you see the side load and just that flow blowing those really skinny upstands on the foil. Full sideways slide when you watch both foils below the flower, and big slide there, massive wash off performance. So unfortunate for the British team, and the race is now back to only 35 metres of distance.
So much load and power on those big turns.
We'll do a hairpin turn with skinny little foils right on the edge of grip, both boats. And this could be really interesting, this next exchange. Perfectly timed tack there by the British team, only just keeping control of this race.
And 2, 1.
On board Rossa Prada Pirelli with Coach Philippe Priestley. It would appear patience right now could pay off. It's very tight at the moment.
Yeah, it's super tight. I think the boys did well to keep the game alive, and hopefully we get an opportunity. And yeah, super tight.
Just a very quick word about the start. Very tricky there. What happened?
Yeah, well, I thought we had good timing, good positioning, but unfortunately during the turn we had a big slide and we lost the foil, and we drop off the foil. Yeah, that's a very hard condition to do match race, especially when we want to do a tight turn and tricky maneuvers. So unfortunately we couldn't put it off, but you know, super happy to see the boats racing like we do.
Thanks, Philippe.
Welcome.
Rossa are throwing everything at it.
They certainly are, but the British, absolutely perfect execution of just putting them right in the dirty air every tack that they do. So Italians are trying to wriggle their way free, but every time they come back in this situation on starboard tack, Ben Ainsley just putting them right in the roost.
Slow beat of meters with every manoeuvre.
Copy, down the ley line. Net pressure here.
Probably best damage control is
Little bit of harvest probably when we can. Copy that. Trying to harvest it.
On higher here. Little press. Nice, good there.
12 seconds on the box.
Just air forward of that dirty air, the Italian team. So they've just put it into a slightly faster mode there. They are air clear there, but they obviously are behind as well. So not many options left on the table in this race.
With one leg to go, INEOS Britannia have survived a wee scare at the bottom mark and are still in control of race 5. The Italians try to throw everything at them, but the British are not budging.
On and clear.
Italian team will be looking for a mistake by INEOS Britannia to have any chance of getting back into this race. British team absolutely putting the clamps on, not giving any options for Rossa Prada Pirelli to get back into this.
Almost think and go. Come on. Up. One. Put down. 2, 1. Mate, heading. 1. 2, 1. Going forward. Up.
Nice dive by the British there. A little bit slidey again on Rossa Prada Pirelli, but
okay, guys. Keep it going.
they just need to keep it locked in, the British.
Okay, boys. Okay, do we match if he goes? Pressure is okay here. It's average shift. Not sure how big a lead I've not really seen, but if we've got a good lead, I think we probably just match as long as the pressure looks all right down the outside. Yeah, agreed. I've got eyes on.
Superb defence by INEOS Britannia in this race. Obviously that error pre-start by Rossa Prada Pirelli, they haven't been able to peg it back. Speed-wise, very even. I think INEOS with on these downwind legs, as she's shown all the way through the Louis Vuitton Cup, is just around 2 or 3 boat lengths faster on the downwind legs, and that's given that little buffer that has meant they're going to take out this race. The brilliant match race and very low risk by INEOS.
No matter what, I think we have to do the same.
I agree with Peter there. It has been absolutely fantastic defence. It's been a real lesson in keeping the elbows out and keeping your opponent behind you. Just need one more manoeuvre. The British team execute that well, and they will get that vital point they need.
2, 1, mate. Heading. 1, 2, 1. Going forward. There we go. Coming.
Absolutely on the rev limiter. The Cyclors powering that big carbon fibre missile downwind.
INEOS Britannia take another bite out of the points on the road to 7. And they will defeat Rossa Prada Pirelli in race 5. And they will go ahead 3-2 in the charge to the Louis Vuitton Cup.
Holding low, please. Well done, guys.
Understandably, fans happy as Rossa crosses the line, and they will be ruining that one error in the start box.
Very much on the back foot from the get-go, the Italian team, just with that big slide in the restart. They'll be hoping to regroup for this second race today, and their goal for today will be coming out on even points. So the British team, their goal will be coming out 2 points clear. So next race is going to be a rip-up.
This is the INEOS base, and why wouldn't you be happy when your friends and loved ones are doing what they're supposed to do, win races. And they flick the switch and get ready to come in for the pre-started race 6 of the Louis Vuitton Cup final here in Barcelona. INEOS Britannia will come in on port at 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Rossa Prada Pirelli will come on starboard at 2 minutes.
Big puffs and lulls coming down the course at the moment. Difference of about 5 knots from the top to the bottom. So about 15 knots at the top at the moment, about 20 knots at the bottom. So quite shifty.
10 seconds to go before Britannia can come in on port. Time and distance. Well, good. Look at that little indicator. They look bang on. They're not going to be early. They might be a little bit late. Yes, okay, well played. But there's the green light. They're good. 2 minutes for Rossa, and they too are coming in late. Very similar to the first race.
Backing up here.
Hey, stand by 5. And jiving.
Stand by tack.
British rolling into an early tack here, so they will spin the boat and possibly do a 360 and actually come in behind the Italian team. Just killing a bit of time early, the British, and putting themselves in a position where they will have to
Hey, we're on committee lane.
make sure that they
Greenie 20.
put the pressure on the Italian team to execute their time on distance accurately. Otherwise, they will lose control of this pre-start.
INEOS Britannia, I think, like to chase. They like to be pursuing. They're just getting themselves into that situation.
20 race. 30. Aye. Back it away. And driving.
British jumping
25 committing.
in this, so
okay, I'll part it. Turning up. Let's see where it goes. Nicely done, I think shot.
Nicely done by Luna Rossa there. The big gauge between the two boats.
Separate at the moment.
Both boats very early. Time to kill here.
the Italians could swing and get behind INEOS there. So
no, he's not going. Anything for slow is good. 22, killing 8. 3 seconds.
Luna Rossa like to start to windward.
We'll expect to see a big speed build over the next second or two by the Italian team.
Now, 3, 2, here we go, boys. 1, Nick White on.
It'll be a very even start.
Grab on.
Race 6 Louis Vuitton Cup Finals. All that matters is a win.
I'm out here.
Okay, all the power on the main now. Locker in here, good mode.
Cracking start by both boats. INEOS slightly won that, only 5.5 meters off the line.
He's matching your mode. I think we will have to attack pretty soon, okay? Just pick your moment. Hey, let me know if you want to hold or attack. I think we're going to attack. That's good, good mate. He just count me down, I can't see. Your time is coming up a bit more. Anytime. Here we go.
INEOS Britannia really squeezing Luna Rossa there, forcing them away early.
1, 2, 1. Nice and smooth, dude. Running. Farewell. 2, 1. Down board. It's coming with us. 209.
Very, very even race at the moment. Absolutely nothing in this. Both boats pushing extremely hard to get the advantage.
Some nervous faces at the INEOS base.
Just as she hope she has some fingernails by the end of the race.
So in about 30 seconds time, when the Italians tack off this boundary, they go all the way, they will be the right-of-way boat. They will lose about 2 boat lengths though in the tack after going from full power off the gas and then full power again as they come onto the new tack. So it will be up to the British team to make a decision of how they deal with that intersection, because they will be the giveaway boat.
Those close tacks, hard to pull off.
Go, anytime. Stand by. 3, 2, 1. You definitely have a pace. 1 more down. Moving. 3, 2, 1, mate. Getting strong. 2, 1, go on. 1. I'm out here.
Still absolutely nothing in this race. Very, very even. Slight advantage now in this speed build to the Italian team. But they are the keep clear boat now. Windward boat must keep clear of the leeward boat.
He's coming up a bit. Good angle. We're higher. Diverging all the time. Let me know. You can press a little bit if you want. A tiny bit. Then coming up a bit more. Find it up on it now.
So the electronic boundaries of both boats are the actual rule definitive lines. Those electronic boundaries have to stay apart. So the umpires will be watching this very, very closely at present.
Keep doing what you're doing.
We're hearing the voice of Kekko Bruni painting the picture for Jimmy Spittle, who's steering on starboard.
They're getting close to Leyland.
Now the pressure here.
A slight advantage coming up to this top gate. The Italians will be able to dictate this top part of the course.
Perfect example of an AC75 drag race right now. Rossa Prada Pirelli, INEOS Britannia, final tax to the top gate for the first time in race number 6. And just like race number 5, there is nothing in it except this time it's Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli that will lead INEOS Britannia at the first gate. 7 to go, and it's a long 7 in the AC75 world.
One in and out. Big push now.
Lower.
Coming up. Fine. Up drive.
Okay. Hey, now higher here.
All good.
Really nice slingshot rounding there by the Italian team. Slightly higher top speed.
Direction here.
And that lead just extending out now to 90 odd metres.
One, mate. Connect. Thank you. Match. 2. 1. Going forward. Lefty here.
Well, whoever wins that first mark, that's so strong. We haven't had a lead change in the Louis Vuitton finals other than the race that was called off. It's so hard to come from behind, but if INEOS are going to make a bit of a charge here, it will be on this downwind leg because they do seem to be just a little bit faster on the downwind. It's one thing to catch up, it's another to make a pass.
Well, left you now.
Maybe we go straight.
Hard not to marvel at those speeds on the downwind when you're talking 47, 48 knots.
Matching, same speed, same angle. Bit more pressure coming in here on this boundary.
If you're happy to go straight, we go straight if he drives.
Yeah.
A good lefty at the moment, 3. That's probably why he's not driving.
Just
Here's
balancing
the
tactical calls with what's happening breeze-wise, so it's always that juggle about staying on the right shift and in the right pressure, and also keeping an eye on your opponent. Just threading the eye of the needle.
We're getting close, yeah, copy.
He's going.
INEOS Britannia slightly better VMG there. They're in that pressure, that green band down the left-hand side of the track.
Just a bit of pressure there. Quite a decent puff, both boats that are in at the moment, so see the speed's increasing as they head down to
One of them right looks good.
bottom. Beautiful flat water and absolute top end speeds.
It's a real treat listening to the decision-making on board, even at 40 knots. Like any boat you sail, that discussion so that the decisions evolve. You don't have to make a call in a hurry.
Sometimes not a lot of time for a discussion. You have to just be painting the picture and reacting.
1 quarter. 3, 2, 1, mate.
So we are about to begin the second leg of 8, and there is still about 100 metres in at tops, and that was evenly downwind. So it's Rossa Prada Pirelli leading after 2 legs in race 6. Right behind them, INEOS Britannia, who lead this 3-2.
2, 1, going forward. Gotcha.
So the British team there sitting in the dirty air behind the Italians. 5 knot speed limit at the moment.
Luna Rossa fans starting to feel something now in race 6, but remember, 6 legs to go, folks.
It's Monday afternoon. Why are they at work?
Where would you rather be?
So, yeah, that exit of that bottom mark, Rossa Prada Pirelli doing a really nice rounding and maintained about a 5 knot speed advantage all the way until the British tack there. So they've taken a little chunk and they'll be settling in and trying to lock that silver hull in just above the wave tops for best aerodynamic efficiency.
Coming on the bow here.
Francesco Bruni locked in.
Nice mode, the Keiko.
Copy that.
A nice mode here, boys.
E voi me lo passi? Not really good.
Vado giù col can, Keiko.
Vai giù. È buona.
As we get over here, Keiko, we're going to start bouncing him right.
Copy that. No problem. Your call, mate. You do the tactics.
Okay, stand by.
Alberto Moroneris, the trimmer.
Anytime.
Locked on to fully focused.
Small advantage to Luna Rossa. The impression I get is when Luna Rossa's in the lead is that they seem to be able to extend just a little bit on the upwind legs over INEOS. Luna Rossa did a really good job on that downwind. They actually made 2 boat lengths on the downwind against arguably the faster boat. So right now this is playing out very nicely for the Italians.
Higher than that for the bid.
Yeah, no problem.
both teams trying to lock their boats in fore-aft pitch and height. So the closer you can fly those hulls to the water surface, the better aerodynamic seal you get. You don't want to touch the water because that's drag, but you want to try and fly the boat as close as possible to the water surface to seal the hull to the water.
It is so impressive. I mean, the boat looks like it's on rails. I think that perfect distance between the hull and the water.
These flatter water conditions really getting the best performance out of these boats, and it's the Italians' turn now to put the elbows out and say, have a bit of my dirt.
Get the feeling both boats want to use the full 13 races up.
Getting their money's worth, that's for sure, so far at least. Luna Rossa in defensive mode, beautiful positioning there.
What do you think?
Alex, you just tagged.
Let's do one more, stand by. Go. 2, 1.
That was interesting. We were right on the bow of both boats coming across on starboard, and it just looked to me as though INEOS had slightly more heel angle than Luna Rossa as they came across. Now they've tacked, heading back to that right-hand side, and it's the right hand that pays at the top of the course.
Copy that. Hey, you got 10 seconds. Copy that, Dan.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli getting ready for the tack, bear away, the top gate.
I don't see anyone in the left phase at the moment. Maybe right here. Potential tack bear away here.
No change to the positions after we complete leg number 3 of race 6 in the Louis Vuitton Club Cup. Slight advantage now, a bit of a lengthened advantage by Luna Rossa as they complete the 3rd leg and head downwind for number 4. But don't blink, because here comes INEOS Britannia.
Oh, yes, paid the Dino.
A big manoeuvre there for INEOS Britannia, just to try and get the split. They know that they've got a lot of work to do to dig their way back into this. The Italians taking control of this race.
Just having a look at the ghost boat. It has Italy leading when they meet by over 300 metres. A slight advantage to that right-hand side of the screen.
Being behind and having to do that tack, then the bear away, you're washing off the speed in the tack, and then you're having to re-accelerate hard around that tight turn. So you pay an early tax, but that's what you have to do to try and get the split and get something back on your opponent, sailing clear air.
Hacking is off. Copy.
The manoeuvring is so good.
Probably a little righty, if anything, right? Yeah, this is a good race.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.82 nautical miles.
Go puff between us and him, move it.
Yeah, it's coming down pretty nicely, yeah?
He's puff now.
A straight line, yes.
A lot less than the manoeuvres, Shirley, isn't it? They're just ticking along in a straight line. In these flat water conditions versus the bumpy water conditions, nowhere near as much sail trimming as what there is in the wavier conditions. So a lot less oil needed, though the manoeuvres still chew a lot.
So cycle in the park then.
Not at our speed. The way they run it on Luna Rossa, they have a cox, and that is Enrico Voltolini, who's a very renowned rower.
Close to line. Hi guys. Go. 1 more down.
Cyclers working hard in that jibe.
Nice.
More pressure coming in 5, 2, 1.
Everything above deck that's adjusted is worked by these guys on the right of the screen.
Maybe we settle and then tack early. Yeah, feels like a little lefty phase. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Even though they're going downhill,
pushing out, all boys.
They're not going downhill. It's always uphill for those guys working hard.
Here and then settle and tack.
High speed.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, they've lengthened the lead on the downwind leg against INEOS Britannia. And we're at the halfway stage of race 6. Still 4 legs to go.
Beautiful ride height control there on board the Italian boat.
In comes INEOS Britannia. Still work to do. Throw Rita around. On board the Luna Rossa chase boat with Philippe Presti. How things change inside a race, but this has been a nicely controlled race so far, Philippe.
Yeah, lovely to see him. Great start. I mean, you don't need to kill the start to get a control. And we had just good enough control to hold this lead all the way to the top mark and kind of stretching. So super pleased with the way the thing unfolding, but yeah, halfway.
Philippe, how important is it to win this race, hopefully, to take control of it?
Yeah, well, a point is a point. The last point is the one. The last point of the series is the one you want to win.
Thanks, Philippe. Appreciate the time. Looks like he's quite happy to go all the way to 13 races as well.
Just not slower, I'd say.
Certainly the battle we've seen did very well go all the way. Both teams, when they get their noses in front, just making sure they're keeping their opponent in the rearview mirrors.
Go back here, stand by. 1, 2, 1, mate. Running. I will. 2, 1, come board.
British trying to just sail some wind shifts and try and be in phase. So by sailing the wind shifts well, you're minimising the distance that you're sailing around the course and taking an angle advantage towards that top gate or bottom gate, depending whether you're going upwind or downwind. So bouncing off the boundaries dictates what you have to do at the edges, but up the middle, you want to be sailing on the favoured tack if you can and in good pressure.
If you're leading, if you're defending, I mean, you're trying to get your opponent to sail out to phase with the wind and also make all the hard manoeuvres, increase their risk, limit yours.
Sorry.
Luna Rossa tacks, heading back to the right. Top of the course, both teams, if they get in a strong position, protect that right hand for the right-hand approach on starboard. My read on the performance of the two boats, and I think we've got a good gauge today. When Luna Rossa are in the lead, they just seem to be able to edge away on the upwind legs and hold their own on the downwind legs. In the first race, it was INEOS that had that downwind advantage that kept them in the safe zone. Very evenly matched in terms of the performance of the two craft.
I really agree with Peter there. We're not seeing much difference in speed and performance, and the British team just sailing air clear there as we're on board Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Guys following. 6 seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1. There, pick it up.
He's paying the extra tanks. It's good for us, so it's just us and the apex.
No worries.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli continue to lead in this sixth race of the Louis Vuitton Cup Final and complete 5 of 8 legs. And as you heard, Jimmy Spittle's pretty happy about how things are going.
They forced the British to do more manoeuvres.
And the British do come in to compete their 5th leg. And they become the chaser, or is it the hunter?
2, 1, here boys, 100. 20, 30, 40. Trap, push up.
Italians just stringing up what the ghost boat's sort of saying there, still showing it quite a clear advantage, and the British team trying to find some good breeze and some good shifts to dig their way back into this race, but Italians sailing a clean race, showing a clean set of heels at the moment.
Get a few touches here, where you need to try and me.
The ghost boat, of course, has the wind data, but it also has, if you're a sailor, the polars, all the performance information about AC 75. It's been pretty accurate.
touch on this line, but not much different.
You know, you could flip this race back to race number 5 and flip the boat. You think in many ways it's a similar situation. One team controlling the other, given the race start advantage.
Nice putt for us. Still in this loop. Guys, just one mistake. Just going to keep pushing. Happy to go with him nicely for that right turn at the bottom. I'll just get into this. Stand by.
We heard the voice of Ben Ainsley. One mistake.
Count, guys.
We're back in the game. So much pressure on both teams to execute well.
As we saw a big slide from the British team in the last race.
Nice job.
Doing well to keep that boat going in a straight line. That would have easily been a change of lead for them. So even though 240 metres, we're only talking about 8 or 10 seconds of distance, which you can wash off in the blink of an eye if you make a mistake.
Left side. That's 8 seconds. Up on, yeah. Do it. Nice call, okay.
I've got to say, I love Ben's attitude. They know they're behind, but he's reminding the crew, the cyclists, everybody, lads, one little mistake. It's just a great play.
We can feel the tension in here. Imagine on the yachts.
Setting up here. Outer voice, big push. Up with mouth water when you have it.
Big push, boys. I'm playing, boy.
It's all gone very quiet, hasn't it, as we approach this 6 leg. So Rossa Prada Pirelli will continue to lead in this 6th race and completion of leg number 6. You can imagine fans of Rossa are absolutely rapturous about this one. And why wouldn't you be? You're 2 legs away from locking this up again. INEOS Britannia go round. Just remember what Ben Ainsley said. One mistake, lads.
That lead just hovering around the 200-metre mark. So still not much in this. A couple of shifts getting locked in. And the British team getting a split. So.
Okay, left at the moment, I think just keep going.
Don't you love sport? Don't you just love sport?
We're going +1.
Yeah.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, mate. Alright, let's get it going. 2, 1, go board.
I remember at the America's Cup in Auckland, they had heart rate monitors on the helm. Jimmy Spittle was around 70 most of the time. Francesco Bruni about 170. He is the Iceman.
207, pretty even.
I'm not sure he's breathing, are you?
The average wind direction. You're going to just look solid on the left.
Chewing a wasp at the moment. Francesco Bruni. Full concentration there.
This is the race committee. We are moving the finish line, shortening the leg to 1.7 nautical miles.
Lighter patch here and pressure back in 15.
On to INEOS Britannia with coach Rob Wilson. Feels like the last race this time. Rossa are in control. How do you think he can get back into this one? Ben said one mistake. Is that it?
Yeah, that's right. You know, we're just trying to just keep in touch really at the moment. They're getting the pick of the shifts, which is making it a little bit awkward for us. You know, they've got their elbows out trying to stop us passing. But yeah, just needs one little mistake and we'll be there. Got some separation now. I like the look of that.
Robbie, the team seemed determined to go toe-to-toe in this final. I mean, how surprised are you about that?
I think we always knew we had a decent package, and it's just been tweaking it, getting it better and better, and we've just got to keep improving. That's the main thing.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you.
Holding that. 90%.
Dylan Fletcher now in control of INEOS Britannia. James Spithill on the wheel. The Italians and Dylan there just locking the boat in. There's not a whole lot they can do to shorten up this deficit. The Italians just sitting down at the dining table first, making sure they get the pick of the big plate. attack for Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Hey, good course.
In this race.
In comes the Italian boat with one leg to go. You never say never in the America's Cup, because one little error on that downwind leg, it'll open the door for INEOS Britannia. They're probably quite comfortable that they've got a reasonably good lead at this point. Yeah, celebrate now, just don't celebrate too early. In comes INEOS Britannia. 7 done, 1 to go in race 6 of the Louis Vuitton Cup.
20.
Nice rounding there from both boats. Absolutely idyllic conditions here on the waters of Barcelona. Nice flat water. These AC75s, absolutely full gas going through the gearbox.
2, 1, main. Turning. 2, 1, stand board.
Just been monitoring the relative performance of the boats upwind, and it's Luna Rossa who have been making about between 3 and 4 boat lengths per windward leg. Now, some of that, of course, is that they are the leading boat and they dictate terms for what's going on behind them, but it just looks to me that Luna Rossa in this condition have a slight advantage on the upwind legs as they head down on the last leg down to the finish. No passing lanes.
If you see pressure, I may be, otherwise we try. Yeah, it looks good here at the moment. I'm pretty happy with the pressure right now.
Yeah, I agree.
25 seconds, so.
That's quite the sight for sailing fans around the world.
Can I just remind you, in yesterday's race was only 4 seconds. They had a little a wobble jibe just out from the finish line.
Well, they've only got one more jibe to do, the Italian team of Rossa Prada Pirelli. No pressure. They should execute well in these flat water conditions, no problem.
Should be an easy lane.
Let's hold your breath a little bit.
And breathe. Everyone from Italy. I think you're in good shape.
Nice one, boys. Good bounce back, boys. That's all we want.
Race 6 of the Louis Vuitton Cup finals. And the silver bullet has fired one back at INEOS Britannia. Guess what? We're all locked up again. It's 3 all.
Are we going to round up here, boys?
Bravi ragazzi. Bravi. Cyclor sempre le macchine di bordo.
Between the 2 boards, guys.
And in comes INEOS Britannia. There's no prize for second, but wow, we are going to go all the way if this continues.
Both boats sailing really accurately around the course in that race, but the Italians just doing a little better job early on, taking an early advantage and just not letting the British team get back into the race. So
there is nothing between these giants of the America's Cup. It is so good. Good work, Luna Rossa. Pulled it back when it mattered.
It is on. Race number 7 in the Louis Vuitton Cup final here at Barcelona. 2 minutes and 50 and counting. Great Britain will come in at 2:10 on port, and it will be Italy on starboard. Looking forward to this one.
Yes, so much. If you sail a 75-foot state-of-the-art foiling machine, it does not get better than this, and the fans know it.
Yeah, it's fresh today, but it's not too frightening, and we're going to see some absolutely epic racing here. Going to be a fantastic battle. Whoever gets off this start well will be in for a fantastic day.
How high is their heart rate?
INEOS Britannia, we saw the little indicator potentially coming in slightly late, but we're only talking slightly late. They are green, they are good to start the battle with Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. They can come in at 2. They're going to be coming in quite late on this one, but they did that yesterday on both occasions. So The start, super critical.
Big pressure in this pre-start, so the Italian team driving in behind the British team, and don't be surprised if we see the British team loop around like they have done previously.
INEOS Britannia seems to prefer to be chaser.
No, we don't tack,
Trying to get behind Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Hey, just on committee lane.
So a different approach by the British here, attack and then attack back, so they will speed build and bear away, and they will be looking to put big pressure on the Italian team at the bottom of the box in this pre-start.
He's gone. 25, committee 40. Space on lane. He's low of our line. Yep. Happy to go.
So decision time now for the British of whether to lead back or to trail and push.
Get him to lane, I turn up. Stand by. You're on lane line already. Stand by. 2, 1, up hard. And not shot.
Really nice gauge by the Italian team there. Nice big gauge is what you're after.
Good timing by Rossa inside the start line box.
That's good. 8 to kill. He's ahead on the ladder. Arch it. No, we're good. 4. Nice lads. We may need 3 trees. 3. Let's dropping back on us. Okay, yeah. Starting to go here. 2. Holding now. Okay, boys. All the way. Killing 1. You cannot kill.
Potentially very even start coming up here.
All kill. Same speed. Working out. Performance here. Same speed, same height.
Race 7, Louis Vuitton Cup Final. Is today the day the deadlock is broken?
A little bit higher mode here, tiny. Good, high mode is good. Parallel.
Such a close start. Rossa just 9 meters back, marginally better than the British.
Good angle there.
It's a big drag race to this left boundary. Early control in this race. Rossa Prada Pirelli just fractionally advantageous at the moment.
Increasing distance, we can press a bit more.
A little bit too, guys.
Yeah, building.
Help you build on me with some right items.
We need to build more.
We saw yesterday how well INEOS Britannia managed to get a high mode, squeeze them off.
Okay, getting good
Definitely
pressure.
trying to work that now.
Okay, normal line again.
He's coming inside. Wait.
Up.
2, 1 and board. Going in 3, 1, mate. 2, 1, board down. 1, and board.
And loop out attack here by the Italian team. They'll jam this straight into a high mode.
Build.
They need to try and bump the British team off. Now the British are windward boat, having to keep clear.
Same shape of this.
Nothing in this race.
The high build's okay to me.
Yep. Coming up a little bit more. I'll do it in a moment.
Yeah, you're a click faster, same height. You can take a little high if you want.
Keko Bruni on the steering wheel at the moment.
34 looks nice.
Having a little look.
Providing taxis at least have a little look, but
No faster than this. This is good.
slight controlling position now, the Italians.
I'm getting too slow. Keep updating.
Okay, normal build. Building, he's gone.
2, 1, going good.
So the British team there minimising damage, having to tack away. Advantage Rossa.
Nice guys. It's coming here. Yep. Here we go. Okay, let's restart here. 20 seconds this way.
On board with Ben Ainsley, he was forced to tack away there, so we've seen the stock standard start now several times from Rossa and INEOS, with Rossa preferring to start up on the windward side, take it out to the left-hand action, tack to leeward, and then gauge up to force INEOS to tack away. So that's 2 extra tacks to GBR, with INEOS now trailing by around 70 metres. And remember, 95% of these races are won by the boat that's ahead at the first mark.
1 second, give me 1 second.
Hey guys,
boys, we
try and get some speed for the tack.
Stand by. Go in 3, 2, 1, board down. Rest. Continue out here, there is major copy. Potential to get in left turn
Rossa
here.
Prada Pirelli. British have got a little left shift, so bow on bow. Giveaway boat is the British team, but they do have a slight lead. So Should be an easy cross from there for them.
You have to think about the Dino right potentially here. 1, mate, turning, right. 2, 1,
Side to slam right in front of the Italians there. Advantage now, back to the British. Luna Rossa in a high mode, so
2, 1, 4 down.
we'll see a split here at the top.
Wow, how quick was that? Top gate, first leg of 8 done, and it's neck and neck after 1.
Hit it, boys. Split. 20.
Great comeback by the British. Oh, massive splashdown by the Italian team.
No, we're broken everything.
And a huge breakage on board Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
We heard that they had issues on that upwind leg.
Massive structural failure on board the Italian boat.
All we've got to do is stay in the course. Yeah, we'll go stay on the course. Yeah. Head to wind. Yeah, stay at wind.
Guys, ragazzi, abbiamo un fairing in acqua là.
Tranquillo, tranquillo. Okay, we have to stay on the course.
Major problems on Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli on a pivotal day in the Louis Vuitton Cup.
We are staying on the race.
Structural issue. It does not look good from what we see, but we'll get confirmation.
Chip fairing.
Major advantage to INEOS Britannia.
Maybe check.
Before removing stuff, I will get rid of this fairing. Got a bit of main sheet on, guys.
Can you see, Glenn, where the issue might be?
There's a big fairing, like a non-structural fairing that goes over the top of that jib track. So just trying to get some shots now on board there, but that is definitely not a good sign for the Italian team. The fairing, not a big issue, but it's what's underneath that fairing that's broken and actually punched that up through the deck. So try and get some more shots here.
Maybe we can keep sailing, but we don't have the wand. What else?
The wand's it.
What else is missing on the boat? Outer fairing.
In the meantime, INEOS Britannia are sailing away. And sailing it away to what will be a win. Let's be blunt, let's lay it out right now. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli at the moment are dead in the water. And this is going to be a major shift in the Louis Vuitton Cup. Now, it depends how bad that damage is. And can they get back for race 8?
So Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli will just not get outside assistance, and they will be forcing the British team to sail all the way around the track. The British team will just take the foot off the gas and they'll just deliver the boat around the track to get the race win. If the Italian team get outside assistance, the race will get awarded to the British team. So they've decided just to hold, do some inspections themselves, and actually force the British team to just deliver the boat around the track, hoping obviously that they don't get any issue themselves, but it'll just be now a delivery race for the British team, and we'll try and get to the bottom of what is going on board Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
The America's Cup gods have not been kind to Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. We saw them had that big traveller issue a number of races ago, and now this on a day that could see the scales tipped well towards INEOS Britannia on the road to 7 race wins.
15. Okay, stand by. 2, 1 on board. 2, 1 lead. Standing. High wheel. 2, 1 on board.
Just having a look on this upwind, coming up to the top mark.
Okay, just go and get the boat locked in, guys.
Yeah, I have to come back. Boat's not going there.
Hey, no problem. Then we go late, guys.
Togli l'automatico. Togli l'automatico. Okay, yeah, 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Hey, guys.
So this is just coming in towards the top mark before we saw the issue.
Hit it, boys.
Just have a look at some of these shots now. And a really big nosedive there. That's a huge huge load case going down the mine at nearly 50 knots of boat speed there. And the loading on the front sail there, absolutely huge. Possibly the water pressure on the hull has actually popped or flexed the hull and actually popped all the fairings off. So that is a huge load case, and you can hear the cracking there. So I'm not 100% sure exactly whether it's just fairing damage or whether there's been anything more structural underneath that, but that is one huge load case on board Rossa Prada Pirelli.
On the upwind leg, they were complaining with issues on the foil. I mean, could that have caused that massive nosedive there?
Yeah, look, it's a great question. I mean, to get a big nosedive like that, there's something that's gone, whether it's something in the rudder rake ram, so the pitch of the boat changing that aggressively generally would be caused by either a ventilation on the front foil, which is unlikely, or most likely a rudder venting issue or a rake ram issue. So the rudder elevator controls the pitch of the boat, whereas the front foils generally control the vertical ride height. So what's going on here?
Very small fairing just off our port bow. 50 metres off our port bow. 10 o'clock.
So I believe the race committee were just asking Rossa Prada Pirelli if there's any debris in the water, and I think Jimmy Spithill there just saying a little bit of fairing floating off the port bow. So British team now, Shirley, just having to execute the delivery lap, or laps, to gain this vital point in this series. The shore crew of Rossa Prada Pirelli will be scrambling to get information, which they can't do at the moment because there can't be communication from the coach boat to the actual yacht while the race is going. So they'll be looking for as much info as they can, as quickly as they can.
It must be such a helpless feeling for the shore crew of Rossa Prada Pirelli, but in the meantime, INEOS Britannia, the official challenger of record, just continue and are being forced by Rossa to sail the full race. So 3 legs done now. They'll head down on the 4th leg downwind to complete the halfway mark. And everybody just tries to understand what we have just seen again.
So the crew on board Rossa Prada Pirelli will just be basically talking and trying to explain the situation, because they can talk, but they can't get any comms back from the other end. So they can be listened to, but they can't receive any communications back. So they'll be providing some information, but not being able to get any answers at this point in time until the British team cross that finish line.
Heartbreaking for Rossa, and I'm sure already they're thinking whether they could solve the problem for the next race. But I mean, it sounded and looked pretty serious, Glenn.
It was a huge stop, and that load case through the front of the yacht. They are designed to take those load cases in mind, but that was a huge stop, and a lot of force being transferred through the bow section and middle section of that yacht. So it'll be interesting to see what's going on here.
We can also think to keep the jib up.
This is an onboard shot, close to 50 knots of boat speed here, so nearly 100 kilometres an hour, and then big slow down to around 15 to 20 knots of boat speed. So that
the fairing up.
Piece of fairing, yeah, that's just a lightweight piece of sort of non-structural fairing, if you like, just an aerodynamic fairing. So it's what's underneath that. If there's been any major breakages underneath that fairing, that's where the real issues will lie.
Let's get the screws off all of this one, and we need to just screw them down. The fairing is okay.
And these front ones are ripped in.
How much on the boat can they assess what might be wrong electronically and hydraulically?
Yeah, well, the crew on board are obviously very in tune with a lot of the systems on board, but generally they're not structural engineers, and the structural team will need to come and have a really good look at that. Certainly from an operational perspective, the crew will know what's working and what's not, and the shore team and coaching team, both on their chase boat and back in the office.
Some dark on.
will they'll be seeing what's working, what's not. Just the lightweight structural fairings there on top, so that's certainly not global structure that's damaged. So fingers crossed for Rossa Prada Pirelli. It's literally just aero structural damage and not global structural damage on board that yacht.
INEOS Britannia playing it safe. The only risk is damage to themselves. 2 boards down on this run.
Still doing 38.6 knots of boat speed in delivery mode, so they're not tied to the dock by any means, but they're absolutely just foot off the gas and in cruise control now, cruising down the highway, having a hamburger.
A little bit fast lay line here. Anytime now. Okay, here we go. Turning. I will. Holding.
The one word we have talked about throughout this America's Cup Regatta, as we see INEOS Britannia complete the halfway stage of race 7, is reliability. The one thing we have noticed about INEOS Britannia is reliability.
Well, the British team will be certainly hoping that stays the case through the rest of this regatta. We know that these boats are all very, very, very highly tuned pieces of equipment, and any one little mistake or structural issue can certainly turn this final series on its head, as we've just seen with Rossa Prada Pirelli. So all boats built on the edge, but very, very structurally engineered really, really well. A lot of effort goes into these boats to make sure they can be pushed really hard, but also survive the distance as well.
3, 2, 1, mate.
We know sportsmanship is an incredibly important part of this game, but there must be in the back of the minds of INEOS Britannia right now, regardless, and they will say they don't like to win a race like that, but let's be honest, there must be a little bit in the back of the mind going, okay, an opportunity has opened up now, and they won't be thinking this, they want to race, that's what this game is all about, but they will be thinking, hang on, we're a step closer to potentially realising that dream.
Look, it's a huge team effort, isn't it, Shirley? And I mean, the guys on board the yacht are just a very, very small part. They're the tip of the spear, if you like, and there's a huge, huge long shaft of people behind them, you know, making up the wider team. And, you know, there's electronics, there's hydraulics, there's structure, there's the coaching staff, the admin staff, and it goes on and on, suppliers, and so on and so forth.
From Rossa
So they'll be...
Rossa Chase go for race committee.
Talking about abandoning. 20 seconds this way, Ben.
So the Rossa Chase there, apologies, will be looking to get in there fairly quickly, I think, once the Italians are now disqualified from that race. So that point will be awarded to the British team of INEOS Britannia, and the Italian team will be all hands on deck to get to the bottom of this issue before this second race this afternoon, which they need to get organised for.
This is the umpires. Italy is retired, the race is stopped and awarded to Great Britain.
So the official call on race 7 of the Louis Vuitton Cup. A big stuff by Rossa Prada Pirelli off the Barraway at the top of the mark after one leg. And they've done enough that they have had to retire, and INEOS Britannia now go up 4-3. The question that will be on everybody's lips, can Rossa get ready and be fit for race 8?
Big pressure now, Shirley, on the team from Rossa Prada Pirelli to get ready, and certainly the British team, it is absolutely not how you want to gain a point. Very, very sad for them. They won't be celebrating that. Really, really disappointing way to get a point, but it is a point nonetheless, and it's a team effort to get there. So your boat design and engineering plays a part of that, as does the sailing side of things as well.
Absolutely, their head will be in their own performance. We can hear them already, Ben and Dylan.
And we looked strong. I don't know if they had a bad moment on port. Yeah, into their later issue. We kind of seen though with that big high, it's quite hard as well to build from there.
Heart rates just went up another 20 beats because we are good to go in race 8 of the Louis Vuitton Cup. Italy will come in from port. INEOS Britannia will come in from starboard. You know there are people that want to see their team win. Will it be Luna Rossa or will it be INEOS Britannia? They're ready to go, the Italian fans. I can't see too many Union Jets. Oh, there's one. Oh, it's going to be a goodie, this one.
Really top-end conditions here, right up at the limit. Just made the wind limit there under 21 knots, so expect to see gusts over 21 in this race as the breeze potentially builds a click.
It's a green light for Luna Rossa in on port. Now waiting on INEOS Britannia. Big moment for both these teams. Green light for INEOS Britannia, and we are ready to go.
Top end pressure and also sea state. Big race this.
Potentially one of the most important races of this Louis Vuitton final series. Cyclors absolutely going to be working hard in about a minute's time. They're cruising at the moment, but the big push will be coming about 45 seconds to go before both boats get off the line.
Start line is square, no advantage either end.
The Italian team will just sail down the boundary here and they will jibe back, trying to land on their time on distance at the start, forcing the British. Close to the boundary, British team, they'll have to spin the boat inside, might get a boundary penalty. Oh, they've got a bit on the British. And they've skidded the boat out of bounds.
This is the umpires, GBR boundary penalty, GBR boundary penalty.
A massive mistake there by the British team. They tried to get a little too fancy, too close to the line of the boundary, and they've gone out. So the Italian team now just have to start, and the British team will have to get 75 metres behind. So big advantage for the Italian team.
If you wanted another twist in the America's Cup, you just got it.
Gets trimmed up and peeled. My wheel. Yeah. And you can press now. Pressing here. Racing all the time for us. Racing. Both with up. Backing out after the mark.
Can't be early, the Italians. They're not.
We are racing in race 8 of the Louis Vuitton Cup. Who handles the pressure most?
So a 75-metre deficit. Expect the Italians to immediately tack as well and just try and lock this rate down from the start. British having to do everything they can to make up that 75-metre deficit, which is quickly turned into 130 metres. Luna Rossa now will just be absolutely making sure they stay completely inside their opponent.
What if he tacks? Just going to regroup, guys. I think we hit him. Yeah, 40 looks pretty nice. Watch the waves. And by 2, 1,
So the British team there not being affected by the dirty air out of this tack by the Rossa Prada Pirelli, but the Italians controlling the race of where they're actually going. So unless the British have got a speed advantage, what we've seen previously is that distance should stay very, very similar across this trip over to the left-hand boundary.
if he tacks, we tack, I think.
Comms on board Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Sounds so calm. We're back to normal, business as usual.
I think we still do the disinvestment if he tacks. Yeah, 40 looks good. Also gaining a little on the high line. Yeah.
In general, a bit more leeward deal, GB +1.
Coming at you.
Well, what a day. Just full of drama, and we've had a little bit more with INEOS just losing control out on the boundary, so advantage to Luna Rossa. The wounded Italians are back in this one. Now it's about just being really smart in these really uprange conditions. Just hope the boat's not wounded. They're about halfway up the first league.
2 on board. 2 1 main. Turning. 2 go board.
Both boats very, very even in their upwind performance, and this is where the Italians will put the boat into a slightly faster mode and force the British there to sail a faster mode as well. And they're sitting right in the dirty air there of their opponent. So you can see basically where the spray is coming off the Italian boat blowing downwind. That's pretty much where the wind's blowing. So the British there having to put the bow down and keep that air intake clean. Dust going out the back. We wanted to keep their air filters absolutely shiny to stay in this race. Both boats on their M3 mainsails, or their smallest mainsails and smallest jibs.
I think we go earlier. Yeah, anytime. 3, 2, 1, one down.
British opting to take the right turn at the top. Rossa now have the choice of either to take that off them or to actually take the left turn at the top. They'll probably just to keep it simple, I think.
Rossa Prada Pirelli leads at the top gate, but it's only leg 1 of 8. Who controls this race the best is in a strong position. We saw 2 races like this yesterday, and the controlling boat in front on both occasions did a magnificent job. Around goes INEOS Britannia. Both boats, quite simply, flying at pace.
54 knots exit speed there for INEOS Britannia. And 53 for the Italians. The Italians just dipping a board in just to remove a bit of riding moment to get those sails sheeted back on and keep the boat foiling. The British now, a couple of touchdowns as they've exited that top. Really, really top-end conditions here. Slight advantage to the Italians.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, lengthening the course to 1.95 nautical miles.
Well, this one's more feral and free range. We're right at the top of the range at 21 knots, and both teams are just ripping it. Rossa Prada Pirelli, if you thought they were going to take it easy, well, certainly hasn't affected them, the setback they had in the previous race. So far, they're sticking it together beautifully.
We need a little gain on this right there.
Just see the little puffs of cavitation there on the top surface of that leeward foil going through the water. So both teams right at the very, very top end of their boat's performance. 48 knots the British, 49 knots of boat speed.
Just one in here.
Absolutely hauling the mail down this course.
20 seconds on starboard.
There's a timing zone before small functions.
Surely you were quite right about the comms on Rossa Prada Pirelli. Hearing Jimmy Spittle go, okay lads, one in here I think, off we go.
Yeah, don't need to do anything fancy here. Both boats just so efficient and deep-powered in these windy conditions, so not putting a lot of dirty air out the back compared to the lighter medium airs.
Small gain though to the British on this run.
We know they're fast downwind. The British particularly exiting out of the jibes when they get it lined up well. They can make some big gains, but it's going to be all about execution for the Italians from here to remain in control.
That's right, guys. Keep pushing here. Nice gains there, lads.
Big bottom mark roundings coming up here for both teams.
Rossa Prada Pirelli still leading in race 8 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Final. Both boards down, taking it nice and easy. Around they go, but not too far behind now. INEOS Britannia. They've made up some ground.
Yeah, that was a very, very slow rounding there by Rossa Prada Pirelli. Huge gains to the British. Italians going around only at 34 knots and a nearly 10 knot speed advantage to the British team, who are well and truly on the breeze and lined up very, very quickly. So expect to see a little gain there back to the British. The Italians, though, possibly going the right direction.
Having a quick look at the ghost boat here. A slight gains to that left-hand side of the track where Rossa is. Not much in it.
I'm tipping some gains back to the British team here. British team having to sail just slightly more leeward heel than the Italians just having that bustle just a little deeper. And they're getting the same effective cant.
Coming across your bow now. Yeah, a little lefty for us, so nice. Let's go, lads. This is good.
About 1.5 degrees to 2 degrees difference there in the heel angle of both boats, but both boats achieving very similar performance, just slightly different methodology with their aero packages.
Past that intersection, wouldn't it? Yep.
See how fast that foil's going through the water upwind here.
Luna Rossa deciding to sail their own race,
I'm trying to.
not engage in the fight.
Roll control. Copy. Okay, 25. Open course, then pass intersection. Go. Come by. And forward. 2, 1, made. Starting.
Two titans of the America's Cup just going at it.
There would have been some discussions, as we talked about, with the coaching and the weather team on board both teams, and they'll know exactly what's going on with the breeze. So the Italians not engaging in a match race in these upper range conditions, just focusing on sailing their own boat, trying to maintain that lead. The British, though, clawing themselves back into this slowly.
Hey, tack, we will tack. I don't think it will. They tack up on us, I think we tack. Okay. Take the speed. Little build here. Yeah, 40 is a good number, I think.
Cross coming up, and it's Luna Rossa are under the pump here from INEOS. INEOS look really locked in this condition. Luna Rossa coming right over to the left-hand side. A little bit different on the water today. The left-hand side looks always, when you look up the track, to have a little bit more pressure on the left. But this one's a real dogfight. INEOS are not going away.
Both boats tacking on the lay line for the top gate. So Luna Rossa on lay line for right turn, British on lay line for left turn. So both boats just juking it out, full throttle. Italians clear across, but definitely gains back to the British team. INEOS Britannia.
Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli in race 8 in the Louis Vuitton Cup. After a big nosedive in race 7, are now leading. There's 3 done, 5 to go. A long way to go.
55 knot bear away there for the Italian team. That's over 100 kilometres an hour, 102. They are not hanging around. British team putting the training wheels down just to stabilise the boat as they exit that. But wow, what a mark rounding by the Italians. That was absolutely full throttle and just hang on.
For the ghost boat, predicting Luna Rossa still ahead at the next cross.
How nervous or how happy must Luna Rossa fans be feeling right now? At this point, they're on track to getting us back to square again. INEOS Britannia, wow. They must be just a little nervous, thinking they had an advantage, but they are honking down this leg here, INEOS.
Slow jibe by the Italian team, so expect to see some gains. Just a little touchdown, very, very floaty, watching the skid in that big pressure. And gains back again to the British, still maintaining the lead. The Italian team, but right on the edge of control.
Do you think it's with the Italians, the way we've seen an attack and a drive like that, it's just a little gently to protect her?
Top 47, I think, is a good number.
I think both teams really right on the edge of what they're doing with these boats, just on the edge of grip, and very, very difficult conditions to keep pushing the boats hard, which they have to do. Both teams absolutely holding it flat out and having to execute their boat handling perfectly.
Good mode, guys.
That was a good sign, Shirley. Pecco, good one, guys. He's comfortable now.
They're very composed on board Luna Rossa Prada
Pretty much
Pirelli.
hitting the ley line is good. Up.
It is their trademark in this America's Cup, composure.
In 5 seconds, boys.
As this breeze has got up, the sea state's got up. And it was flat earlier on, but it certainly isn't now. We're coming down behind both boats, and we're having to throttle off and chase zero. So the boats will have had to have adjusted to the bigger sea state. The separation between the swells is quite close, probably only about 5 seconds.
I think every time the boats jibe in these conditions, I think as Peter was mentioning, this sea state, little gains back to the British every jibe. So the Italians having to push hard, otherwise the British will be staring them in the eyeballs.
Still leading at the halfway mark in race 8 of the Louis Vuitton Cup. It's Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli around on a big skid. And in comes INEOS Britannia, chasing, hunting down Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Only 7 seconds.
Yeah, and a big skid there on board the Italian boat, so they washed off a lot of speed and a lot of distance. Gains back to the British. They did a better rounding. This is, next intersection is going to be very, very interesting. British digging their way back into this well.
On board what might be a very nervous Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli chase boat, Philippe Presti. The lads are doing a magnificent job at this point. You can feel the pressure on the boat and those tacks and jibes.
Yeah, it's pretty close still, but I'm super happy with the, you know, the recovery. What all the show guys put on to make us racing. It's just amazing. So super pleased to be racing, and the boys on the water did a great start, and halfway so good that any mistake could end up with a loss, a bad accident, or just a loss of a meter that we need to win the thing.
Felipe, an incredible composure on board Luna Rossa after all that drama. What did you say to the sailors before this race?
Well, I think everyone knew what to do, and the sailors get focused on the racing very quick. I mean, all the offshore team just took over the repair, the damage. Horacio was and Miki Canoni were coordinating all the work, and the sailor could just look at the next race like a normal race, and that's pretty nice to see.
Okay, thanks for your time, Philippe.
Welcome.
Saw the Italian team just landing a tack on the British team previously. The British immediately tacking away to clear their air. Italians now taking a loss after having to do that tack, but British also having to do a tack off that boundary, so they will lose a couple of boat lengths in that tack. Italians just hanging on by their fingernails on the edge of the building.
He's reaching boundary.
So a very small lead.
Let's see when we meet, but probably gonna hit him. Yep. Come on.
They know faster. Good mode, actually.
Good gains to us,
The
boys.
wind today's been quite dynamic. It's been moving round, and we've been waiting for the wind to flick back to the right, and it really hasn't been doing that. But just up this windward beat this time, Luna Rossa have got over to that right-hand side. They were pretty close at the bottom mark, but you can see they've extended out now to, 137 metres. The right is starting to pay, and Luna Rossa are protecting that.
Yeah, we just saw Luna Rossa defend the right-hand side hard, forcing INEOS Britannia to tack away. Every metre is hard fought here.
It's showing 5 seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1.
Boat's final tack into this top gate. Italians setting up potentially for a left turn. British setting up for a right turn. However, the Italians could tack and take that right turn off the British should they decide to do so. This is where the comms will be interesting.
You've got to love how INEOS Britannia are just staying right on the tail of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. They know one little error and they will jump all over it.
3, 2, 1, all clear.
Luna Rossa continue to lead. 5 done, 3 to go. Race 8, Louis Vuitton Cup final. INEOS Britannia leading 4-3.
Nice.
mega bear away there by the Italians. The fastest one we've seen. Can the British hang on to their boat as well?
Let's have a quick look at the ghost boat. Still has the Italians ahead, but look, a lot more pressure on that left-hand side of the screen.
Taking some main now.
3 legs to go and there's still nothing in it. Which way is it? Rossa Prada Pirelli or INEOS Britannia? Hang on, have another drink.
Huge pressure in front of the British team there, so they're sailing along at 49 knots of boat speed. Saw 50 there, and they are almost sailing down the boundary in that big pressure that they're sailing into. So the Italians having to sail back through a lighter patch through the middle of the course, and still maintaining their lead. Possibly a nice angle there, just driving away in that right-hand phase. So still only one mistake away from a lead change.
INEOS Britannia in 23, 24, lots of pressure. It's up there.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 217.
Interesting, that one. There was more pressure looking down the course on the left, but the wind shift actually was on the right-hand side. And although Rossa Prada Pirelli were in less breeze, their angle was better, and that's why that lead for Rossa Prada Pirelli is extended. It's just the phasing. Rossa went round that top mark, and they elected to go on the right side, and that was a key moment, what mark they picked for this downwind leg.
Yeah, we've got about 12, I reckon.
Rossa Prada Pirelli on leg 6. Sizable lead now on this downward leg. Potentially the largest we may have seen in this race to this point.
Yeah, Peter was spot on. The Italians' VMG so much better. The actual course to the marks to where they're going.
Really big puffer breeze here for the Italian team. They're sailing into the back of a monster, and they'll need to get this windward board back down again and actually make sure they don't lose the grip around this turn. So big moment here for the foil trimmers.
The Italians continue to lead in race 8.
And turning.
Both boards down, gently, gently. And away they go.
Nice rounding. And British team.
They're pushing hard.
You see the leeway there, just as that windward board comes up, that big shunt of side force going through that leeward foil. The Italian team just doing enough to control this race.
Let's go on board INEOS Britannia's chase boat. Rob Wilson, can you believe what the America's Cup has thrown up today? You're having to hunt right now.
Yeah, it's another great day of racing. We're just holding in for this right-hand shift just to close it up a little bit more. It's tight, super tight.
Yeah, Rob, it looks pretty windy from in here. How top end is it?
Yeah, it's right up there. Like, we're seeing 23 knots at times, you know, even just over that. So it's, you know, we passed the wind limit prior to the start, but it's well over that now.
Gotta love this racing though, right, Rob?
Yeah, it's super tight, super tight. Let's hope we can close it down.
Thanks, bud.
Thank you.
Amazing shots there of both boats, just absolutely belting upwind. See how fast those foils are going through the sea top of these waves, not even flinching. Those big foil arms acting like big suspension levers, and the sea stake still relatively flat for these big boats, although it's getting up and getting choppy on any other boat. You'd be rattling your teeth out, but these boats absolutely locked in.
The ride's so smooth now. You think back a couple of weeks, it did not look like this.
Both boats extremely locked in on their fore-aft and roll control. Super, super important for getting the maximum performance out of the yacht. And your roll and pitch absolutely locked in.
2, 1, made. Turning. Farewell. 2, light down board.
Lovely tack, INEOS Britannia. Dylan Fletcher, Olympic gold medalist from Tokyo.
But you think we can live? But it's quite right. I think we take it. 1 forward down.
It's his first America's Cup.
1 mate.
Not even flinching.
1 going forward.
Doing a lovely job, Dylan, as are the whole team. INEOS Britannia. That slide, that massive slide out of bounds at the pre-start, an unforced error, and they have been on the back foot ever since then. Francesco Bruni and James Spithill was on board, just locking the race down and just keeping it smooth and executing as they'd expect to do.
3, 2, 1, more down.
Big power in this tack as they go through, using a bit of accumulator. You'll see the team push again hard now to top that back up again. 1,500 watts there, so 400 to 500 watts. Interesting in these windier conditions, not having to do as much trimming as you absolutely would once you get set up. So once everything's sheeted on, a little bit less work to do for the cyclists.
At the top gate for the final time. And would you believe it? Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli lead INEOS Britannia. Are we about to see another mini miracle from the Italians?
I'm good.
55 knots again. They're not backing off the Italians. British now need to execute well.
3, 2, 1 all the way.
INEOS Britannia. One more downwind leg to go. Look at those barrelways.
Okay, mate.
They are just ripping it today.
This is absolutely right at the very top end envelope. The AC75s, and both teams doing a fantastic job getting the boats around the track, but pushing well and truly into the cavitation limit of what these rudders, elevators and foils and upstands will take. So you see the jibes there. It's a real delicate balance to keep the boats balanced. Watch the cavitation on top of the foils, those puffs of white through the water surface as the flaps go down. That's the onset of cavitation. So the team's working hard to minimise that from a design perspective, but they are absolutely pushing the boats to the top limit. So foils operating almost outside their operational design envelope.
Always good path. What's the plan here?
That top mark rounding 2 times now, we've seen Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli take the right-hand mark, and at the top of the course, I think there's better angle in terms of wind direction and a little bit more pressure. When you come off and then get down on Port Jibe, as they're on now, Luna Rossa have extended, and they're really in the safety zone now, out to, you know, the best part of 25 lengths ahead. But INEOS have really kept the hammer down on them the whole race. And I think Dylan Fletcher and Ben Ainsley have made a pretty good recovery from that spin out in the start.
Boys, we're about...
Only one more jibe by both boats needed to get down to the finish line here, and that foredeck has managed to stay stuck on the front of the Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli boat. So well done to all those involved. They're going downwind now, so 5 times less aero drag over the hull and package, so they should be safe from here, and they've done a nice jibe. So
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli just jibing in 24 knots, making it look easy.
Another piece of America's Cup history is created from near disaster. For the 3rd time, Luna Rossa has come back, and the Louis Vuitton Cup final remains deadlocked. It's 4-all. Luna Rossa win.
Got no main for this one.
Complimenti to Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Fantastic recovery. And we're back to even Stevens. Stephen.
Oh, man. I'm buzzing. Everybody's buzzing. It has been a crazy day. We got one leg in from Luna Rossa. They forced, basically, by not allowing anybody to get in. for INEOS Britannia to sell the most of the race. Then they said, okay, we've got to fix this boat. What a fix!
Yeah, I mean, what must this victory feel like? Not just for this four, but for all those guys who did that repair in, what, 25 minutes. Well done to them. What a result. Well, to add to the spice, we have a really big sea, a confused sea. It's bouncing off the land, causing all kinds of trouble. This is going to be spicy.
So just a reminder, if you're joining us now, wherever you're watching us and on what screen and what you're watching on around the world, that boat there, Luna Rossa, will have port entry. They can come in from 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Then INEOS Britannia can come in from starboard at 2 minutes. Time on distance, always critical. Well, the last couple of days, both have been coming in just a little bit late.
Looks good, yeah.
Lot of men to come here.
Taking some speed, boys. And definitely some seaway down here, boys.
Green light for Luna Rossa. Now we wait for INEOS Britannia.
He's a little late. Copy.
Just look at the sea, it's like a washing
No
machine.
problem with the cross.
And they are quite late in for this start, Luna Rossa. Quite late indeed. So, watch and wait and see how this pre-start unfolds.
Yeah, they're late on purpose, the British team. They've done that tactically. They definitely had the brakes on coming in there. So, interesting pre-start, just wanting to get in close behind the Italian team. They saw that shaping up from quite a way out. And now they'll need to make some decisions on whether to jump or lead back to try and gain control in this pre-start.
All the cyclers hard at it. So difficult in the pre-start.
Very easy to vent the foils in these conditions. Shirley, really, really tricky. And we've seen some big slides over the last couple of days. INEOS Britannia having to give way as
We're faster.
Luna Rossa on starboard.
Not on ley line yet.
Both boats in the bottom right-hand corner of the box.
Happy with this.
Nice job by the Italians there, just forcing the British low, getting some gauge, which is what they need.
A little bit of speed is bottom up.
Luna Rossa pushing, trying to get over the top.
Fantastic engagement there. Possibly see a split tack start.
Luna Rossa early, time to kill here.
A little earlier. Getting away.
Turn the on the mark. Down here now. Closer.
Here's two.
Go, mate. Go. Hold the hard. All the way up. Go.
Nice.
A smooth to ankle.
Race 9, Louis Vuitton Cup. The battle of the heavyweights continues. Split tag start.
A clean start. Closest to the line, INEOS Britannia 8 metres back. Doing 35 knots.
They had no wriggle room. The British team executing their time on distance absolutely perfectly. Need to get the INEOS Britannia locked in. That was a bad tack. Lost a lot of speed in that tack. Down to 27 knots. So
Could have had a lot of suck there with that bow.
We're going to see this, aren't we? So hard to execute those manoeuvres in this sea state, particularly at the bottom half of the track.
the right-of-way boat now, the Italian team of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. The British having to decide what to do here. Most likely a duck.
He will have to go behind us, I think. We cannot defend.
It's charging.
A little bow down.
Careful bow down here.
No, a little bow down.
My wheel here.
Okay, good. Keep the speed.
Okay, and your wheel now.
Ben Ainsley taking the wheel. Got the best view of Luna Rossa.
Hey, lock her in here, guys.
Maybe sacrifice a bit of pitch here.
Nice.
Better.
Nothing in the performance of these two yachts. Very, very evenly matched. Upwind.
Bit more to leeward, Jimmy.
We need a little bit more speed the next time.
Here.
Intersection. More speed the next time.
60 knots.
Intersection.
Closing speed, both boats about 40 knots. So really coming at each other quickly. INEOS Britannia now having to execute well. which they do. That's a nice tack in those conditions. Very bumpy, easy to spin out. Need to lock it in. And now the giveaway yacht will be the Italians. So a great battle.
And now, normal numbers.
Difficult conditions for the foil trimmers to gauge how much ride height to use. Little gains there to the British.
Likely duck for us,
Big Seaway, very, very close to losing the rudder there.
My wheel.
They've got us ducking.
Luna Rossa going for the duck.
Put the bow down as well, the British. Big push now for the Cyclaws to trim those big sails back on.
In here, boys. A very even top gate.
Big Seaway running. It's slightly flatter at the top of the course than what it was at the start, but it's still really bumpy, and the frequency is only 3 seconds between the waves. But both boats are bow to bow. The next cross as they come in to this top mark approach. Remember, who's ahead at the top mark often wins these races at this level.
2, 1, put it down.
Both teams trying to execute this top part of the course well, and they'll be hoping to have a slight advantage as they enter this first part of the downwind. Right of way both the Italians.
You are not touching the zone. You are not touching the zone.
As we head to the top gate, there is nothing between these two in race 9 of the Louis Vuitton Cup.
2, 1, mate. Turning. All the way around.
They will split the mark rounding. Nothing between them after one leg of 8.
Massive twist there on the mainsail of Rossa Prada Pirelli. Big push to get that back on. They are down speed at the moment relative to the British, 42 knots versus 46. Tough bear away for both teams there. Very difficult to execute that maneuver well.
Wow, this is big now. It's this next cross on the downwind, crucial. Picking your time for the jibe is so important. With this shot, you cannot afford to lose grip in the jibe as Luna Rossa now go into their jibe, come across on starboard for this downwind cross.
British have just sailed into a beautiful puff down that far side. Absolutely ripping there. The fastest jibe by Luna Rossa, just losing a little bit of ground at that top mark, which has cost them. The British there should be clear ahead.
Over the net.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the length to 1.8 nautical miles.
Stalled hand, slow. Yep.
There's pressure.
This sea state just making the boats a little slower than they would be going in flat water.
The one in here. Great.
Accuracy and manoeuvre is so important.
There's a good lefty at the moment.
The whole new challenge today is to pull it off.
Not great, but
it's a huge day for the foil trimmers today. Really, really difficult to manage your ride height and your foil immersion. You see the air bombs with that extra weight sticking out the front of Rossa Prada Pirelli. They'll be trying to keep that out of the water because that is all drag as it goes through the water, so very, very difficult.
Nice.
Yeah, we have to go all the way here. Stand by. 3, 2, 1. Boats going. Turn is favoured.
Nice job by the British there. Potentially these rougher conditions suiting their foil arms and their upstands a little better possibly than Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Yep, no problem. Bit of pressure here. I think we're one early tack bent out of the Lewis. Yep. Happy 2 here. 2 water. Yep, 100%.
It has been a solid first downward leg by INEOS Britannia. They've got a good lead right now on Rossa Prada Pirelli in race 9. of the Louis Vuitton Cup, but it's just a challenge to muscle these big 7-ton flying 75s and the sea state that we are experiencing, or they are experiencing today.
It's a big lead.
Rossa.
Big lead, Stephen, absolutely. Early on in this race, that was probably the biggest gain on a downwind leg that we've seen. These two boats against each other. That top mark rounding, the slow jibe.
Looks good breeze in front.
And Rossa slightly on the back foot.
I tell you what, the crowds are probably just as anxious as everybody else is, but they're unafraid to fly their flags and show who they are representing today here in Barcelona.
Time getting through the turn. Nice recovery.
See how difficult that is. The voice of Jimmy Spithill just saying how hard the boat is to turn. Very, very skinny, highly loaded rudders.
All right in this. Yep.
Right on the edge of grip with both front foils and the rudder. So threading the eye of the needle, both boats.
This is average, 69, 70. All good.
Have we seen any gains before?
No, really not. The breeze is shifting like 5 degrees left and right.
Francesco Bruni there.
This is on a small lefty, but I would still go straight here. Great. Take the leverage.
Wait here.
Running landboard. Yeah, not over here. The light spot here. Failed. Having to go main. Nice on now.
Just watching the foil arms piercing the wave tops here.
In a righty here.
At 800 millimetres to a metre of change in vertical height from trough bottom to wave top peak. So you see a lot of immersion there on the big yellow section on board Rossa Prada Pirelli at times, and that is all a lot of drag and really difficult job there. Roberto Molinari and Andrea Tessi to keep the boat flying.
Hey, pretty similar. Little gain to him, maybe.
See the ride height there being pushed really hard.
A bit bound up at times with the small jib. He's taking there. I think we're going to go. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, 4 down.
So the wing wash there, Shirley.
Nice tack, boys. Really nice.
Rossa tacking away. No choice. They've got to clear their air.
I'd be surprised to see the British tack back again soon and try and make them hurt. Up the top, they might actually take it. One and in, potentially.
Having to go to ley line here.
See there, the INEOS just carrying a little bit more heel angle because of the sea state, just to make the boat a little bit more forgiving. We heard them pre-race talking about, both boats talking about increase the heel angle setting as INEOS now tack, but it's still a big seaway running, and if you just get a rudder ventilation, could be a defining factor.
INEOS Britannia is about to complete leg number 3 of race number 9, but already there's a sense they are feeling good about controlling this race. But there's still a long way to go. That's leg 3 completed for them. There's still 5 to go, and in comes Rossa Prada Pirelli as INEOS Britannia round that top gate and head down for leg number 4. Remember, one little mistake and everything changes.
50 not bear away in these conditions.
All good, good, all good.
Big wave there for Rossa Prada Pirelli. The British getting absolutely fired out of the cannon. Afterburners are engaged. They are off to the races.
Guys, just try and smooth it down here.
Oh, you get a real appreciation for the sea state from that shot. They've got plenty on.
The super short waves making it really difficult to lock the boat in. won't see as high boat speeds on average in these bumpy water conditions. So the foil's picking up a lot of drag, a lot of extra wetted surface area, and ultimately slowing the boats down. They're still not tied to the dock by any means, doing 44 knots in these sea conditions, but INEOS Britannia doing a nice job just to control this race. Italians not far out of it though.
At the moment. Yeah. I'm pretty locked in, Ben, so I'm not happy. Not good here. Pressure looks good here and ship looks okay.
So hard to keep that clearance under the
So
boat
just not slower than
accurate.
this.
Same as
These
before,
conditions.
probably one and in
Did
from
an
both.
amazing job.
Both these teams very, very well practiced,
Can't get to ley line this way, I think we just do that. Yeah.
showing how it should be done.
Yeah. About 6 seconds here. A bit further.
Both boats one more manoeuvre before the final bottom sector, the bottom gate.
Yeah, no worries.
Pressure manoeuvres.
Turning.
Pushed by the cycler team.
Putting a second wave here. That's negative here. Okay, got it. One, going forward.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening to 1.75 nautical miles.
Anyway.
The Rossa Prada Pirelli have made a bit of a gain in the bottom half of this downwind leg.
Certainly have. They'll be accelerating up to speed, another 4 or 5 knots of speed to build. They've definitely reeled the British team in. So Ben saying 1 and in left, so they will do another manoeuvre to take that gate off the Italians to control the race.
Both these teams are sailing on the edge in a rough sea state. And right now it's INEOS Britannia still with a slight lead. They take it nice and easy around there. Both boards down just to make sure. Look at that, it's almost even again. Gave away just a little bit of speed and came Rossa Prada Pirelli. We are halfway through race 9.
Push, boys.
Look at those waves, massive punch through the rudder.
They try and build.
Oh, that's a big speed loss for the Italian team. We saw that big wave,
Okay, tell about the
just aerating the rudder.
Hey, trying to build.
Up and on.
Yeah, we have speed. We have speed.
And that's a huge deficit to make up now.
3, 2, 1. Pull it down. And turning.
Nice cool heads on board the Italian boat. Very, very difficult conditions. British take a big advantage now, Shirley, as they head off that right-hand boundary.
They lost 100 metres in that little spill.
Guys, obviously the boat is a
Having a
bit
look at the
broachy with
ghost
the small
boat here,
Oh,
as INEOS Britannia well ahead.
so you're cool. That's what happened to you as well, right, Jimmy? Anytime. Okay, stand by. Good flat spot.
Time to go on the coach boat for INEOS Britannia. Rob Wilson joins us right now. Well, they're sailing on the edge in some crazy conditions, Rob, but they're strong so far.
Yeah, so far it's so difficult out here. It's right on edge. So you know the teams are just nursing around.
Rob, there's lots of comms on both boats about balance of the boat and the trim of the boat. Just give us an understanding of how tricky these waves are.
It just puts the rudder right on edge. So if you go too trav up or you just haven't got the loading in the sail plan right, your balance just goes totally out of whack and they lose the rudder. And that's what happened with. It looked like that was what happened with the Italians.
Appreciate those thoughts, mate. I'll let you get back to it.
Thank you.
Rossa Prada Pirelli potentially on a slightly smaller jib than the British team, so that will load the back of the boat a little more as we watch INEOS Britannia. That tiny little rudder having to do all the grip at the back of the boat to turn and then straighten the boat up. Centre of effort, the power source, that sail plan needing to be balanced. between the front and the back of the foils. It's only around about 180 millimetres or so.
High speed here. Think we go all the way to right.
See it moving fore and aft there as well as steering, so that's actually controlling the fore-aft pitch of the boat, controlled by the foil trimmers to keep that boat locked in. Having to do a lot of work, those little elevators working hard.
Right, lads. How's the rudder? Just okay. Yeah, I think it's going to be up a better.
INEOS now coming up on starboard, looking a whole bunch more comfortable than they did with that mistake at the bottom mark, that foil ventilation of Luna Rossa. Mark rounding coming up for INEOS, and they'll be really conscious just to get round this top mark and get the flying INEOS pointed in the right direction for the downwind.
Port down. 2, 1, made. Panic. I will. 2, 1, come on. Quite a bit over this, I think.
INEOS Britannia in a strong position as we are about to complete leg number 5 of 8 in race 9. But as we have seen, one little mistake and everything can change. Look how rough that sea is today. All the crews really pushing it.
Stuck windward heel, coming into that mark. The British team, but still stuck windward heel. They need to get the boat locked in there, the British team, otherwise they will vent the foil.
Rossa, they're around. They've done 5 legs, 3 to do. What can they do? Or are they just waiting for INEOS to make a mistake themselves?
Keep it tight, keep it clean. Something always seems to happen.
British team sailing into a huge puff down that left-hand boundary, looking downwind.
Crowd themselves wondering what might happen. Boy, it feels like we're back here yesterday. INEOS Britannia on course potentially to win race 1. Then what happens in race 2? Marco Guardoni and the crowd.
Like he's in a ride. He looks like Roddy coming. No, definitely Roddy.
I'm sure Marco Guardoni's thinking maybe next time around in America's Cup that'll be me on the helm. Who knows? Who knows?
Biggest Roddy we've seen here. Copy that.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening to 1.65 nautical miles.
0.2 nautical miles shortening, or a bit over a couple of 100 metres short of there. So these boats just struggling to get through the seaway, not sailing as fast, even though the wind conditions up. The seaway just making it so difficult to get up to speed. Only one mistake away, the British, from handing the lead over, needing to sail the boat really cleanly there as we're watching the foils through the wave tops here. These little spray deflectors stopping the wraparound up the shaft and all that extra drag. Both teams opting for very, very different foil packages, particularly on the lower arms. So who's design and who can sail best will be the key.
There we go. He comes in the cup. Stand on here.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 072.
Wait on this. I need some power.
Going cruise.
Must have this mark here. Can always go to the other mark if it's not on. Don't worry.
They're really having to dance their way through the
Right,
waves.
if you want. It's up to you. We're good here. Oh, cool.
INEOS Britannia, they are dancing, but that tune might be a good one at the end of the day. They're about to complete the 6th leg of 8. All these teams right on the edge.
Little soak there for the British team to get around that bottom gate, so swashing off a little bit of speed. Italians coming in at full pace, so little gains back to the Italians.
Rossa Prada Pirelli gets around the gate. They've done 6.2 to go, 18 seconds the delta.
Come on, let's push, boys. Let's push.
Give in a bit, guys, on car.
Okay.
It is coming, no lower than this.
Just waiting for Trev.
Accumulators descent.
Hey, all the way, boys.
Onto Luna Rossa's chase boat with Philippe, Presti and Philippe. Chase boat, but Luna Rossa chasing today. How do you get out of this one?
Well, great start, I thought, and it sounds like we're running a little difference in the itself, and that seems like the boys are struggling to get the boat going. We're expecting a little bit more breeze. Unfortunately, we didn't get, but they're still in the match. They're fighting hard, but the boat is not easy today.
Yeah, Philippe, just that smaller jib package, just loading that little rudder up a little more. Difficult on these in this seaway.
Yeah, exactly. We're missing 1 or 2 knots to make it work. But anyway, sometimes you make choice, and sometimes you get it right, sometimes you don't. But yeah, they're very pleased to see the boys fighting, and we're not that far, and anything can happen still.
Yeah, I love the attitude, Philippe. Appreciate the time.
Take all the leverage we get here. Put them all together. Hey, go to this puff and tack. I think any time. Okay, stand by. 3, 2, 1, water down.
INEOS coming up with win for the last time, and now they're just, got that margin of 18 seconds at the bottom mark, so that's over 18 boat lengths in the lead. That means they can just be a little bit more conservative with their maneuvers and pick the wave formation so that they can pull off their jibes and their attacks in the flat spot. And that just lessens the risk of doing a bad tack or getting cavitation.
Ice mode now.
Looks like he's going to lay.
That's good. Ice mode, Dylan. Right. 10 seconds here. Yeah. Bit of a righting. Yeah, okay. Give it a bit. Yeah. And stand by. Yeah. Put down. 3, 2, 1, mate. Turning. Okay, right. 2, 1, going forward.
Some big seaway there to punch through on the exit of those tacks. Nice catch.
Good tight on this, but we'll get. I think we'll be okay.
On lay line for left turn. The Italians having one more tack to do.
Right turn, I think we go early jibe out this bend. Yeah, copy. Trying to harvest a bit here.
Just putting a little bit in the bank, just taking a little bit of height while they can early, the British, but small gains back to the Italian team.
Good angle.
Absolute full pressure bear away, Shirley, for both teams.
INEOS Britannia coming into complete leg number 7. Watch the bear away, then it's the run home.
100, hit it, boys. Nice. What are you doing? Anytime, Edmund.
And the Rossa Prada Pirelli just have been hanging on, but just can't find it.
Not catching, boys.
5-second gain back to the Italian team there. Just using that windward foil.
Big push,
third leg. Just to stabilise the boat there to stop it rolling windward heel while the Cyclaws grind that big twin skin mainsail back on. They will have more main sheet load with that smaller jib than the British, so the British slightly less main sheet load to get back on, exiting those bearaways.
Hey, 15. Get through this wave. Stand by. 2, 1, water down. No.
Great audio of the foils going up and down that cant system. FCS working hard in these bumpy conditions.
Hey, try and lock her in here. Back wave coming.
Not only the system's working hard, the crew on board as well.
35 this way. Big wave coming here, blends. Copy. Yes.
INEOS Britannia have done a great job here. It has been clinical.
The liner looks like maybe better pressure coming on you.
Execution.
Yeah, copy.
Not a wobble in this really difficult condition.
Back to ley line, give it a bit.
And Rossiter and Freddie Carr pushing hard.
Looking for a flat spot as well.
Port side, McNottrell, Ben Cornish.
Okay, stand by.
The two drivers, Ben Ainsley, Dylan Fletcher, swapping.
Fine.
Last jibe of the race for the British if they pull this off.
When you talk about responding to pressure and what's required to give yourself another little psychological edge in conditions like this today, INEOS Britannia have absolutely come to the party and said, you know what, this game is not over and we'll take it to you. It's been a replication of the last 3 days. INEOS Britannia win the first race of the day. What happens next, who knows? But now, they are only 2 race wins away from heading to the match. Britannia wins.
And goes down here and then we'll turn up. Okay. We might want to be a bit higher, Ben, if we can. Okay, gonna turn up next blades? Okay, give it 2 seconds, getting close, boys.
Yeah, why wouldn't you be happy if that's the INEOS Britannia compound? And if you're a Luna Rossa fan, well, guess what? Here we go again. Coming in from behind is what's going to be required to level it up on day 6 of the Louis Vuitton Cup. Who would have believed this?
Just slightly underpowered, possibly on that small jib. The breeze just not kicking as much
If we can sail upwind a bit,
as possibly what they thought, and that boat would have been really, really difficult to sail, being slightly out of balance.
Maybe we take the top. Doesn't matter really.
Happy days on the coach boat, and why wouldn't they be? They've mastered the conditions in this first race of the day. So it's on. No mistakes can be made. How the start unfolds will be a biggie today. There you see the score. Great Britain 5, Italy 4.
Both Ben Ainsley and Jimmy Spittle know how to deliver when they need to. This really is the match of the giants in our sport.
2, might have to come down here. Backing down. Backing down now. Very good, boys. Down.
Great Britain coming
down
in
here, we should be
on
okay.
port. 2 minutes and 10 seconds. They can enter. They're about bang on time if you look at the indicator by the flag.
Be careful not to be early there. The British only about half a boat length off it, so having to hit the brakes, wash off a bit of speed.
Rossa Prada Pirelli will come in a little bit late, just like INEOS did in race 9 earlier today.
Be interesting to see if Luna Rossa choose to engage a bit more to take it to the British.
British just putting the boat straight up onto the breeze there, so rolling into attack and then possibly a loop around, so I'm surprised to see Luna Rossa roll down the boundary from here. In their own time on distance for the start, the British will be coming in either jumping or pushing.
Slowly coming down, boys.
Luna Rossa always less keen to engage. They like to just be protected by the wall, by the boundary edge.
Happy to jibe. Jibing here.
Luna Rossa jibing back early. INEOS Britannia
have to go low lead
on the height.
Give way boat, the British team. Luna Rossa right of way boat.
Okay, my wheel. Got yours. Moving over lap here.
Luna Rossa going for the hook here.
Grip, guys.
Oh, no grip, they've lost the rudder.
Pin down, okay. Killing 10 for the pin here. And backing up. Your wheel. Come on. You can push on the main.
Control now to the British team.
We are almost racing, okay? Full speed. Yep. Pretty good high mode here. Yeah, high mode is good for us.
British there letting him off the hook.
Now we're going to kill a little. No, kill a little bit. Kill a little bit. Okay, almost racing here. Wait.
Potentially even start.
Not yet. Stay up here. Stay up. We're killing 2. Killing 1. Just getting safe from the pin. Clear. Yeah, you are. Building now. Easier switch. Killing 3. Good angle then. No lower. 7. Slowly edging. It's time, my boys. Go. Racing.
Race 10 is live and a go on the Louis Vuitton Cup. It is a must-win for Luna Rossa.
Nice here, boys. Good speed. doesn't need too much height to get rid of him, but agreed.
We'll have to go pretty soon. Choose your moment.
Advantage to the British.
Anytime for me.
They were 2.3 metres back from the line, doing 36 knots. Currently moving forward on Luna Rossa. They can't live there much longer.
That's nice there.
Just threading the eye of the needle to hang there. The Italian team.
They're building out attack. Keep it at 35. There they go now. Okay, all the way. Stand by. And board. 2, 1, made. Standing. I will. 2, 1, come board. I think get the target. Go. Nice guys, happy to push in.
Plus one.
Nice tack on board both boats, but little advantage to the British team. And they'll be looking to sail a slightly faster mode now across and actually tack inside on the next exchange to try and take control of this race early on.
Luna Rossa really trying to move forward, go fast towards the right-hand boundary.
Maybe J-spot, That'll make for that next path.
I'm not sure he will be able to protect.
Nothing in this, 22 metres.
Stand by.
Looking for a flat spot.
Yeah, wait for this wave, guys. Huge wave.
A little bit of hill.
Luna Rossa choosing to go back in the middle of the track.
2, 1, more down.
Asking questions of INEOS Britannia.
Stand by. Okay, board down. Board down. 3, 2, is 1, turning.
This is a big move.
High build here. 2, 1, going forward.
Anytime.
Nice there. Pressures to leeward at the moment, all clear. He will tap.
So the Italians having to immediately tack to clear their air intakes. They were getting an absolute windscreen full of dirt there.
Want to go back? Well, what do you want? I'm happy. Whatever you want. Big right here at the moment. Okay, happy to
Picking the moment when to tack's crucial with the seaway running. So hence why we're seeing sometimes little delays before they rip into attack, because you pick the wrong moment, you get punched back because of the seaway. The right hand seems to be the favoured side. That's the side that's being protected. Quite a lot of leverage between the two boats now. INEOS didn't actually go back with Luna Rossa. That's given Luna Rossa quite a lot of leverage, quite a lot of lateral gain, and it would only take a little bit of a right-hand wind shift, and Luna Rossa will be right back into this one. Crucial, this top mark rounding, who's ahead.
INEOS Britannia had great pressure on that left-hand side. Good shift, massive gain.
That is a huge gain early on. They'll be hoping to keep in that left shift to get around that right mark.
If you want. Just keep the manoeuvres down.
Calm words from Ben Ainsley, just keep it simple, less manoeuvres.
At the top gate for the first time in race 10 to complete leg 1 of 8. And again, it's INEOS Britannia, like race 9, leading Luna Rossa through.
Smooth turn. Get in that. I catch.
Powering up, yep.
Quite low in the right height there on the foil arms on the Italian boat. Sailing into good pressure though.
Nice shift here.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, but the British doing a slightly smoother. You just see the turn rate there, just a little tighter and getting to that downwind angle a little earlier on the British boat. Little gains there.
20 to boundary this way. That's a spot.
INEOS Britannia extending here. Looks so good, particularly on this downwind leg.
And forward down.
You like what you see, Glenn?
They're sailing the boat well and just needing to keep it nice and smooth. Looks like in some of the turns, the British team possibly just having a little more grip than the Italian team. They just look like they get from full power to full power, possibly just a fraction quicker than the Italians. So just being able to get back onto full throttle, just that split second earlier, taking a gain.
Reload in 5. And get one in. I think we continue.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 095.
Slight rotation in the breeze, as predicted.
A little bit skiddy, Leroy. Copy that. I'm a little bit skiddy. Copy. Fine. Stay line on the boat, but a little more.
So Ben Ainsley there talking to Lee McMillan, just getting him to sink the stern just a little more for a bit more rudder immersion.
2, 1, made.
Sacrifice a little bit of performance for more accurate steering, which in turn brings the performance back again.
Thanks to me. Gonna get the hook out.
So much improvement on this team. Hard to believe how far they've come the last month here in Barcelona.
Straight in left. 30.
So they will be laying down for that left turn. Luna Rossa jibing on the lay line.
Try and keep it simple. Okay.
Looks like they've pushed that lay line quite hard, so possibly just going a little further than they needed to.
Hey, Mark. Okay.
INEOS Britannia complete leg number 2. 6 to go. Dare they dream? Dare they dream that they get the breakthrough today?
Really important to get the jibs trimmed on early in these conditions, just to get the balance back into the boat again, unload the rudder, make sure that
get it going, boys. Lock her in.
the boat's locked in, as Jimmy Spithill says for me.
There's a lot of confidence of fans of INEOS Britannia. They've seen this series go back and forth, back and forth. Are we about to witness the breakthrough today and no more deadlock series? Some way to go, though. 5 legs.
Concentration on Dylan Fletcher, top right. Ben Ainsley.
To see the crew getting absolutely ragdolled inside those cockpits as the boat's doing 40 knots going upwind through this seaway. Really bumpy ride.
Give you an update, Siobhan. Yep. Happy with the pitch here, Ben? Yep. I think we want to hit them just because we want to protect this right. Hard to get there, obviously. Just see where he tacks. Okay.
So good being able to listen to tacticians on both boats.
I think we have to bail out.
Fantastic aerial shot as the British just put the clamps on. Italians, just as they get to the edge of that foil wash, that is where the edge of the dirty air is at that particular point in time.
Good pressure in 5.
Jimmy Spittle steering. Francesco Bruni painting the picture.
How's the balance, Jimmy?
Pretty good now, yeah. And the pressure feels great.
Yeah, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli sailing into more pressure on the left-hand side of the track. We saw INEOS Britannia do well up there in the last upwind.
We've got potentially good gains to the Italian team of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Some nice flat water at the moment and sailing into big pressure, so possibly sailing into a lefty, which will mean that they will sail a closer angle to the top gate than they would have done if they were in a right-hand shift or a medium breeze.
How's longer than that?
No.
Something more to build?
No.
What do you think on the top?
Not a lot. Honestly, there's very good pressure on that right corner.
Probably edge left here.
British team on a righty as well, so a split breeze. And
he's probably going to swap
sailing
with
good
us here,
angles.
that's righty.
And going through the transition of those breezes here.
Hey, drop me. Just check. Yeah. One, more down.
Big right-hand shift coming, just out beyond the top mark. It's a big cruising boat, and it looks to me as though it'll be as much as 10 degrees higher in terms of the right-hand shifts. So a big right-hand shift coming, and I'm sure INEOS have already seen that as they look up towards the top mark.
Okay, yeah.
Still plenty of
3, 2,
food on the table on offer for which way they take. Lots of shifts and puffs to deal with, so eyes out of the boat.
This, once again, is a race of control. And in control right now of race 10 is INEOS Britannia, the official challenger of record. They lead 5-4.
Take hands on the move. High throw. Help good angle. Move flat ledge. 3, 2, 1. Working
3 legs completed.
2.
Fairly even upwind leg by both teams, but if you've got your nose in front, you can dictate. And Luna Rossa are going to have to find something.
Still nothing in this race, really. Just one little wobble, one little skid by the British team, and Luna Rossa will be right with them. That was a great bear away.
Luna Rossa fans will be sitting there waiting and hoping that they can again level this up. But you know who's in front right now? That's the INEOS Britannia team. Oh yeah, they know it. That's a Luna Rossa fan. It's on the knife edge. It's on a knife edge.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 098.
Would have thought the Louis Vuitton final would be so windy. I mean, we did not expect this. The designers, I think, didn't expect this, and certainly the sailors.
All right, let's give it a go.
It has been full on.
Not pretty good ride at the moment.
Years of development and study and the average conditions of what you'd be getting at this time of the year, and we're certainly seeing in this final series the very top end of all that, and certainly sea state at the moment. You just see how rough that is, and these boats absolutely blowing these waves to pieces. Right on the edge, very, very difficult to sail the boats well.
Still a bit to go. Yeah. Pressure's down a little bit, I think.
Huge concentration on the face of Dylan Fletcher there. Gold medalist from Tokyo.
Big letdown.
See the crew there bouncing around both sides of the boat. Is an absolute bucking bronco down there. The TV just does not do how much that boat will be moving justice. Little kiss. They need to control it here, the British.
Holding. Yeah, okay, peel now. Big boys coming up.
Right on the edge there.
Lost the rudder.
Lost the rudder.
The board's rudder. Easy. Okay. Coming back now. Yeah. Okay,
Nervous moment on INEOS Britannia. Did well to catch that.
Yeah, the issue now is they're not going to be settled for this bottom rounding, so...
Holding the board. Settle it down, boys.
Coast.
Around up road, go cruise. 3, 2,
Leading leg number 4, we're halfway through. Ben Ainsley asking the boys just calm it down, losing them a little bit a little moment, but it's opened the door slightly for Rossa Prada Pirelli to close up the distance.
Big push, boys. Are you trying to build here, boys?
Is this the opportunity now for Rossa?
Well, that was a huge moment. You see how much the Italian team have closed up behind. They'll be getting settled.
2, 1.
Very, very nearly massive moment there for the British team. They have to execute well from here. Just in control, but only just.
Let's go. Lock it in.
Not the best tack.
Yeah, they did well, though, to limit the damage. Still very much in a good defending position here. They're just looking at the meters. They are bleeding away.
Stand by. Hold down. Boys, right with you. Keep pushing. Pass build. Yeah. Because we will be coming back. No, just hit the target and we go.
Jimmy Spittle calling for the push right back in this.
No speed back here.
3, need to push out of these tacks more important.
Getting out of phase.
Tacks, going straight. Taking
So, right up the exhaust pipe again of the British team, sailing well. The Italians pushing hard. British now deciding just to go nice and simple, almost a bit too close to defend, so they're just going to need to lock in and minimise manoeuvres from here.
2, 1, mate. Heading. Stand by. 2, 1, going forward.
INEOS tack to come back towards the Rossa Prada Pirelli, but we've seen a slight style change here from Jimmy Spittle and Francesco Bruni, now throwing a few tacks at INEOS, just mixing it up a little bit. And initially off that bottom mark, after a bit of a glitch for INEOS, Luna Rossa are coming back at them in these the tacking duel that's going now, and if they keep that going all the way to the top mark, they're going to be very, very close by the time they get to Mark 5.
Well, potentially the British, as Pete said, I've got a feeling that they've let the Italians off the hook a little bit here. The Italians just need to hook into one little shift out that side with this split, and they'll get massive leverage over the British team. So the British rolling the dice, letting the Italian team off the hook.
On board INEOS Britannia's chase by the Giles Scott. Have you let the Italians off their hook? Have you opened the door?
I just caught wind of rolling the dice. We're certainly not doing that. No, the guys are doing really well. It's got super close here. Just lost that rudder at the bottom of our last downwind leg, which is tightened the game right up here. And I think it's all about getting the shift right into this top gate here. It's close.
Giles, how unstable is the conditions? What are the opportunities here?
Yeah, it's an interesting day. Excuse me. Big, well, generally a right trend throughout all the racing here, and we're seeing a wind direction up towards 105 at the minute, which is about as far right as we think it's going to get during this race. And yeah, the guys have been doing a good job of making the most of that, and hopefully this looks like we're setting up for a right turn here. Hopefully that goes quite nice for us, but yeah, we'll see.
Thanks, Giles.
Angle, 3, 2, 1, down.
We are on again at the top gate. 5 legs completed, and it's still INEOS Britannia leading. Guess who's following right behind them? Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
I'll catch you, boys. Good.
50 knots there. Big waves, big touchdown on board the British team. They'll wash off a bit of speed, but they are just in control there. Some really big loose moments on both boats.
2, 1,
Luna Rossa have to keep pushing. They have to make something happening. Only 2 legs left after this.
Italian fans now thinking, hang on a minute. We're on leg 6. It's on. We're not done with yet. Here we go, Italia.
Good pressure here.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the axis to 102.
Happy with one and then left, Ben? Yep. Some bad waves coming here. Easy, Joe. Bad wave here.
It's just punching through the broken water at the top of those waves, so really, really key not to ventilate the foil. That broken wave could potentially completely blow the flow up on that leeward foil, so the foil trimmers having to identify those waves and sink the boat a little lower to actually keep the flow over that foil attached.
So important to pick your time for the manoeuvre, patience. Ledenmont, trimmer, fully focused. What a job they have had today. McMillan on the other side.
Down here. 2, 1, nice. Nice and slow. Standing here.
Trimmers at the back of the boat.
Bad wave on exit here.
Eyes firmly on the foils.
nice accurate jibe in a slightly flatter patch of water there. Seen how many lumpy bits they've got to go through. A couple of flat spots and a couple of really wavy bits. They need to keep that rudder fully immersed for grip. We've seen a couple of spin outs from both boats, so...
Careful not to do the up out the mark. Keep the speed on if you can.
INEOS Britannia has done a sterling job this afternoon in this race, particularly race number 10. This could be landing a big blow if they can continue here with 2 more legs to go. They've recovered from that moment. They've rounded to complete 6 legs. And now they're up leg number 7. Last upwind leg in race 10.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening to 1.65 nautical miles.
That's what. Good rounding, boys.
A little bit less winds now, 15 knots.
Come up.
Nice, good balance.
Straight line, we'd be seeing 2 to 3 more knots normally of boat speed in flatter water conditions, so the sea state really knocking the top speed down. Cyclors explaining what settings the boat are in for the exit of the tack for the helmsman and trimmers.
Grip. Okay, all good, Andre. Perfect.
This is good.
On board the Rossa Prada Pirelli chase boat once again with Philippe Presti. Feel like I'm asking the same question. How can you get out of this one, Philippe?
Stand by, guys.
Well, this time we have a sail that matches a little bit the conditions, so we're more in a hunt. Except that the boat is more balanced, and it's very shifty, the breeze, with a slightly trend to the right. And so, yeah, good opportunities in terms of shifts. But I think the big deal is to pick up the wave to maneuver. You know, if you can do attack at the flattish spot, you make a big gains.
Philippe, just so important to execute those manoeuvres in flat water, and still absolutely nothing in this race. Just one mistake and your team will be right back in there.
Exactly.
Thanks, Philippe.
Welcome.
Nice lefty. 3, 2. Nice one down. Nice. Great tack. Nice, boys.
Really nice tack on board Luna Rossa there, as we heard.
The
British really needing to keep sailing their boat well. They'll be feeling the heat. There on the back of their neck will be standing up, so they know that they cannot make one wobble in this final sector of the upwind leg.
Sailing with lots of heel on INEOS Britannia. Still cold with a sea state.
INEOS Britannia just having a slightly deeper bustle or underbody under their boat and having to sail slightly more leeward heel. A little wider cant for them, but the effective cant being roughly the same, running a slightly different aerodynamic package and hydro package than the Italian team, but very similar performance as we've seen for this whole Louis Vuitton final series.
For me, the downwind speed of INEOS has been impressive, and that's given her a buffer over Luna Rossa every time an attack comes from the trailing boat.
INEOS Britannia are about to complete leg number 7 of 8, and then they'll be looking downwind to the finish line.
3, 2, 1 now.
And a monumental moment if they do it right in the Louis Vuitton Cup.
Right on the edge, the British team, 51 knots. Luna Rossa Prada probably down a couple of big swells as well. Super tricky conditions for all the crew on board, right on edge of control. Everyone's holding their breath, as we were as well. Can't breathe yet.
There's almost a hushed silence, isn't there? Come on, Luna Rossa fans. You've still got one leg to go.
Okay, boys, coming up now. Having a big pressure.
Touchdown a little for the British there. They've washed a little bit of speed off,
On, boys, a second.
but they should be able to build the speed again.
Under control.
Lead staying very, very similar.
Okay, happy if you want to take some more main now. Copy. Reach on a bit, please.
Rossa on the charge though, 47 knots of boat speed, nearly 48. British only 44, so they'll be reeling them in. Both boats,
here, boys.
one more manoeuvre each to that finish line. Luna Rossa got the British team in their crosshairs.
Halfway down this track, Luna Rossa running out of runway.
Both boats, one more jibe each.
Give it a little bit at the bottom.
See how wide the jibs are being sheeted. Apparent wind slightly further around these bumpy conditions
Back on here.
to make sure that mainsail is working efficiently,
Board down.
balancing the boat.
One made. Nice and smooth. Oh well.
Final manoeuvre, INEOS Britannia.
Hang on, boys, hang on to it. Right on the edge there.
Everything to the finish here, lads. Yeah, into the finish. Everything. Nail it, lads.
Day 6 of the Louis Vuitton Cup. And after 4 days, we're about to see the deadlock broken and a huge body blow thrown by INEOS Britannia. They are 6-4 in the lead and one win away from the Louis Vuitton Cup final and a berth in the match.
Happy. Okay, happy. Ain't nothing lucky about that, boys. Nice work.
What a race. That was absolutely on edge, a real nail-biter, and congratulations to the British team of INEOS Britannia. Really, really well sailed under pressure. The whole team doing a nice job, and wow, Luna Rossa certainly gave it to them.
We heard Ben say nothing lucky about that win. They earned every metre. Great job, beautiful sailing, immaculate execution.
On a day when control was required in a sea state that pushed both these big AC-75 yachts around, INEOS Britannia have done the job, and now they are one win away from lifting the Louis Vuitton Cup.
Well, a lot more wind pressure than we were expecting, but it is full of holes and trepidation. Heads out the boat for this important race.
There's almost a sense of static electricity around the place. If you're a Luna Rossa fan, you're praying like crazy. And if you're a British fan, and this boat here, this beautiful boat, Britannia, is one win away from the cup match, you're going, please make it happen. The contrasting emotions today are everywhere.
1, 2, 1 now.
Britannia, port entry then coming at 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Time and distance, and look at that. They are spot on. 2 minutes, it will be Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli on starboard entry. And then, quite simply, it is on.
Pressure hitting us here. Take the immersion. Back it up. Left to come down.
Windier than forecast at the moment, so very difficult sail choices for both teams. Sail packages look very, very similar at this point in time, so should be in for a great battle.
Hey, just below committee.
There's enough wind pressure also to be brave, to engage, to get stuck in.
Seen the British team circle around many times before the pre-start, preferring to push their opponents and have the choice on whether to jump or push.
Coming down more. Hey, careful boundary. Hold down. Yeah, hold it down. Hold it down.
Away your wheel. Very well. Take the lead here. Copy. Take the move, drive. All the way down. Want a low lead here if you can.
INEOS love this position, don't they? Asking questions of Luna Rossa.
Turning right.
5 lengths above committee.
We're going to do another push here.
No rush.
Expect another big push here from the Italian
Yeah, you see
team.
through the window there?
I copy.
To the pin. Quite a lot to go to the pin.
At James Spithill now blind,
I think
lying
high
on
mod is good here.
Thompson to Lewis.
They're trying to hang high. Giving the high mod is good. 21s. No, he's early, so no problem. I will stay here. 20 to the line. We're better on the ladder run. No, slower. 15 to kill. All good on the pin. 17 to the line. 12.
Hey, guys.
Coming down. Easing, boys. 10 to kill. Peeling now. Right, on, boys.
Both boats are late. Luna Rossa going to push.
5. Working up. 4.
The British team wanting the left hand end.
2. 1. 1.5. 1. Half. 2. And racing. 1.
Push on main, boys.
All right, go ahead. Better start to us. Here we go, boys.
Race 11 Louis Vuitton Cup. Is this today that Britannia creates history?
Hey, is it not high, mate?
Yeah, he is. People will go, probably.
Slight advantage to the British team at the moment. The Italians having to tack away to keep their boat up to speed. British now immediately coming back as well, so trying to lock this race down early. Italians just not getting off the line as cleanly as they were hoping.
INEOS Britannia exploded off that start line. They were doing 40 knots, just 4 meters back.
Just doing a good job to use all that extra speed and converting that into VMG. So very shifty out there on the water at the moment, so expect some snakes and ladders.
Just going to pick out moment. Nice glide, Neil.
Hi, guys.
Yeah, target looks pretty good.
On me. We will leave out them on the tack. Keep going, though. Keep getting on the stroke.
Big performance here.
He's good, Bill.
Big. Yeah. I still a piece here, eh? What do you think?
Stand by. They're getting close to boundary there. 3, 2, 1. They stand by.
All about timing for the British now to execute this tack well.
Moving. 3, taking to leeward. 1, taking to leeward. 1, going forward. Easing. Attacking. Make it on, boys. Over. Just over left.
Tough spot for Luna Rossa here.
You're clear.
You're well.
They'll be tacking straight out of there. They didn't get the hook, which means they didn't get overlap, so
Nice puff over here for
nothing in this race at the moment.
Nice. Stand by.
Should be this time. Good.
2, 1, mate.
Good start by INEOS there off the line. They had that advantage and they're about forward. They won the first cross for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Quite a passive start. I thought they'd come out a bit more punchy than that. Conditions-wise, we have now got a pretty settled flow over the course. The right-hand approach at the top mark, as we've seen in all the races in this wind condition, is favoured at the top of the course.
Yeah, I'm with Pete. I mean, I thought they'd come out a bit more punchier, Luna Rossa. There's nothing in the boat speed between these two boats. You have to do something.
They're attacking. They are trying to let they tap. Okay, just put it in right here.
So the British team talking about just doing one more tack, letting them go. 2 down-speed tacks for the Italian team, having to hit that right boundary to keep their air clear. The British deciding to just do one manoeuvre and save the down-speed. Quite a bit of side swell as well, so difficult to sail on starboard tack.
2, 1, mate. Very well. Right, down board. Push it. Slide in here.
INEOS Britannia in good control of the first upwind leg in this 11th race of the Louis Vuitton Cup final. And they will complete the first leg of 8. And in comes Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. They are the hunter, but this hunter needs to strike in this race.
Oh. Know what happened there?
Oh, big touchdown.
Oh, step
Rossa pace there.
Stable.
That's what it needs. That's what they want. They've got their support in the fan villages today, that day.
2, 1, going forward. That's the reload coming here.
Impressive sailing by INEOS Britannia. Really controlled that start, leg back.
Left here, it's okay, isn't it? We're in a right
Controlled them up that first leg beautifully. Now seem to be extending on this first downwind.
One and in right. Once the cover, we could go in about 15. Copy that.
Very, very confident pre-start
okay. The other
by
way.
the British team, just owning that left-hand end off the start line.
Stand by.
Taking an early control,
2, 1, board down.
leaving many options.
1, made. Turning. I will.
The Italian team of Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Take us a main. Breeze on now.
All over than that.
Yep, coming up 1.
I'm chatting about the bottom, yeah.
A little bit of different breeze now, unfortunately. He's got a little puff. Okay, it's even now. I'm thinking going before lay, Kiko.
Yep, before lay, copy. Yeah, good call. Stand by. 3, 2, 1.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 212.
Beautiful, smooth manoeuvre there, and really smooth controlled communications on board.
Nice pressure for us here.
Under a lot of pressure, but keeping it absolutely on point.
Very full on the jib.
8 legs in this race.
Big lefty
A lot
here,
of sailing
pressure
left to
almost
do.
in.
Copy.
See the swell coming in, very cross swell versus the breeze direction, so about 100 degrees different from the swell direction to the wind direction, so tricky conditions.
You can also lay it. Good gain on this right turn at the moment. Board's going down in 2, 1, down. 2, 1, made. Up here.
Second leg done. INEOS Britannia leading the way. Looking flawless right now. Here comes Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Having at the target, attack. Stand by.
Do you have control here? Be good pressure inside.
Got down.
Okay, fight. Yeah. Board. Take tap. 2,
So
1,
the Italian team there, trailing around in the dirty air, just a little bit of turbulent air there. See the graphics there, both boats just a slightly better VMG average to INEOS Britannia, just having that clear air availability to them to be able to really sail their boat wherever they want to. Italians sail through a bit of turbulent air.
Bit of a righty at the moment, but just having to go normal numbers here.
Loose cover by INEOS Britannia, just shepherding them over to that right-hand side.
Taking main now.
Both boats potentially sailing into more breeze, more pressure over to that right-hand side, so possibly a left shift as well, which will suit the British a little more than the Italian team just at the moment.
Take tack, we continue in this lefting. Okay, I get pressure on the bow.
How's the balance, Kiko?
Yeah, good.
A little lefty, unfortunately.
Stand by, guys.
Yep.
Francesco Bruni, Andre
2,
Testi.
1, bar down.
The bottom of that leg 2 was interesting. There was a bit of a left-hand shift, and that meant that Luna Rossa, who actually jibed before the lay line, laid it into the bottom mark. But that meant that when INEOS came round, they could use all that small left-hand shifts. And when they tacked onto port, it was quite a decent jump for INEOS over Luna Rossa. Luna Rossa need to really get something going here. This race could move away from them. I think their best chance is just to keep pumping on that right-hand side from about middle of the leg to the top third especially.
They're so costly, those extra manoeuvres, aren't they? 2 more tacks for Luna Rossa.
See that extra pressure coming down that right-hand side, but I think it's, as Ben just mentioned, slightly left at the moment. They don't want to let the Italians get too far to the right of them, as Pete was mentioning, so just deciding to do the extra manoeuvre, shut that side of the course down and take ownership of the race.
We need to chase the now. The line is in 5, 8, 2, 1 down. 3, 2, 1, mate. Turning. 5, 2, 1, going forward.
Luna Rossa no choice now but to just sit in that dirty, turbulent air. This will be painful for them for this next 200 metres into the top mark.
Shall we hit down in mode and time lapse? No, just harvesting here.
We're about to complete leg number 3 of the 11th race in the Louis Vuitton Cup final, and it's all about control for INEOS Britannia. At this point, control they are.
100. Hey boys, 20, 130.
So what have Luna Rossa got up their sleeve?
Difficult tack, bear away, washing off a bit of speed in the tack and then having to re-accelerate down the course. So a little bit of tax paid. The only option really to actually generate a split and try and actually get some leverage back on their opponents.
I sense a lot of excitement in the INEOS Britannia camp, can't you? And why wouldn't you? They are in full control mode in this 11th race.
Lots of polite applause in the British camp.
The golf clap.
Come back left now though. They got pressure coming just in 2.
Luna Rossa just into their first jibe. I thought that was a good tactic for Luna Rossa to take the opposite gate. They actually had to give away a little bit to get a potential gain. The other thing that I'm observing is that Luna Rossa are on a slightly bigger jib. From my reckoning, they're on a J2. INEOS are on a J3. We did see on leg 2 that Luna Rossa made a small gain, which has been against the runner play here through the Louis Vuitton Cup. It's INEOS that have shown the good downwind pace, but Luna Rossa just trying to make a small gain on this downwind leg.
But we can think about
Italian team
driving here and going right gate.
There.
Getting a little lift here.
Yeah, happy to try that, huh?
Hi, stand by.
If they jibe, just having a think now, we're currently in a right stage. Jibing, stand by. Down.
Hi, he's matching.
Made. Turning. Come out. 2, 1, going board.
Quite a few angle changes in the breeze on this downwind, so plenty of tactical decisions to be made with pressure and angle. We'll see how quickly the boats accelerate when they sail into more breeze, so it's all about sailing smartly.
We've got the VG numbers right at the bottom, which is so useful, particularly when it's this shifty. Some gains to Luna Rossa.
So both teams sailing back into that pressure.
Okay, so we just had a lefty there then. Still think we want that right turn. Yep.
The voice of Dylan Fletcher painting the picture.
For a higher mode out of it. The board's going down in.
I'll be surprised if we see the Italians split turns here. They won't want to sit in that wash. They'll be wanting to get back into that pressure, back out the right. Decision-making time.
We are at the halfway point in this 11th race, and it's still advantage INEOS Britannia. Halfway are they to the match, or is Luna Rossa halfway to keeping this series alive?
Lightening jib. Down board.
Best tack there on board INEOS Britannia. The Italian team potentially sailing over to more pressure.
I needed the call
more
light
wind
gone to
speed,
the other mark. Alright.
which will give them more performance and more speed.
Opportunity here for Luna Rossa.
Good here, guys.
Big gains back to the Italians.
Good left at the moment. Dai ragazzi con l'olio. It's coming right. Okay, right, you there? Yep, gotta go to them and translating all the way here.
Decision time for INEOS Britannia now what to do.
Maybe jib sheet on. One, mate.
He's taking.
Hey, stand by. Got it. Good. One. Forward down. Right, lock it in, guys. We're not in the attack. Not smooth here at the moment.
It's one thing closing the gap, Glenn, isn't it? But it's another thing getting past.
Pressure me on 05 here.
Definitely putting the pressure onto INEOS Britannia, the Rossa Prada Pirelli. They're digging their way back into this race. It's definitely not over.
We're letting them get some control. They get a bit back.
Leadenmont, leeward side, will be taking over. Ben Ainsley.
And board. Nice. There you go.
And they need to string some shifts together to take control of this race again. The Italians right back in this. If they get a little wind out of that right-hand side, it'll be right back bow on bow again.
Luna Rossa right away boat on this cross.
Taking mate.
Here, Jimmy.
Big decision here for INEOS Britannia.
He's still clear ahead, but he cannot take on us. Just crossing by a couple of lengths here.
But obviously not a lot we can do.
Well, if you take on us, we go across. If you take on us, it's a hook. Taking a little bit of height now.
Can't see.
No, it's going straight.
Right in this, boys. You've got to keep pushing hard.
Come on, boys. Come on.
No, twist. Good, all good.
Hey, nice move here, Robbie.
Absolutely back on, huge gains. Back to the Rossa Prada Pirelli.
215. Yeah, 38, 39 is a good number.
Nice path coming in two.
He's turned.
One.
Oh, no, he hasn't.
He's got some issues, maybe. No.
Oh, no.
He's in a left.
Lower here, Jimmy.
So potentially only one tack needed for the Rossa Prada Pirelli. I'm not sure that the British team will get to ley line to take left turn. So possibly two manoeuvres left for the British and only one for the Italian team. We'll see.
2, 1, go on board.
Yeah, crucial cross coming up. We've got Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli just right behind us, and I look out to INEOS. There's not going to be much in this. The boats look pretty close to bow. For Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, they really want a bit of pressure, a shift to go against the trend out here to get a bit of a left-hander to get right back into it. But this race, it's live. Wind pressure-wise, I think, is playing in the hands for Luna Rossa, just because they've got slightly bigger jib on.
A potential.
Potential duck and...
Yeah, exactly. So you might be able to go good boats.
British potentially tacking right in front of the Italian team here. Making it hard for Luna Rossa to get a good slingshot.
If you talk about the fight, look at the fight that Luna Rossa is putting up. They've completed 5 legs, 3 to go. They are hungry.
British team just holding on to control of this race.
Shift there at the moment. Pressure looks okay this way. Happy to match them here. Okay. Taking mate.
Let's go on the chase boat of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. We're joined, as always, by Coach Philippe Presti. Boy, the lads are chipping away at it.
Wow, stands, and they did an awesome job to come back in the game after the first start and first beat, and very
Moving
close.
into new pressure, going through a light patch. Longer pressure in 10.
Do you feel confident at this point with 3 legs to go?
This team will fight until the end, so
Little path on now.
confident we're going to fight until the end, that's for sure.
All right, appreciate the time. We can feel the tension, Philippe. Thanks, mate.
Just going past G-spot here, but we are on a lefty.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening to 1.6 nautical miles.
If you get a lift, we might lift the sensation, just jibe on it.
Copy that.
He's a little lighter than us. That's
Stand by.
Yeah, this could be a good moment, yes.
2, 1, and board scout.
1, made. Standing. Farewell.
This racetrack is really patchy, big differences in wind pressure. It's full of opportunity.
Thank you, mate.
INEOS Britannia playing it
It's pretty
safe,
square again.
defending well.
Happy to go and in from here and make them if they want to do the difficult manoeuvre. Copy.
Slight
Onto the early
energy
attack.
advantage to the British at last exchange.
Stand by. And come on down. 3,
Nothing
2,
in it.
1, mate. Standing. 2, 1, go forward. Enjoy when I lie.
British team jibing on a right turn lay line. Italian team basically having to follow them as both boats don't want to sail the extra distance.
It's middle of it. Good call, off they go. Go do. My trap, your tab, 2 board again. Copy.
INEOS Britannia about to complete leg number 6. They are holding off the challenge at this point of Rossa Prada Pirelli. And there is 2 legs to go.
Expect a split here again, which we see.
2, 1, board down. 2, 1, made. Standing. Farewell. 1, stand board.
Rounding by both boats, so Rossa able to sail for the moment in clear air, possibly over some better pressure, so British team having to attack early to get across.
Green patch on the motor, it's the wind field, more wind on the right-hand side where the Italian team is heading.
Try and lock her in here.
Point 3, 2, 1.
Up on, yep. Building.
Okay, stand by. Yep, anytime. Point down. 3, 2, 1, mate. Standing. 1, 2, 1, go board. Breeze is right.
Italian team just having to tack away to get off the ropes.
Up the speed and go back. Stand by. And board. 2, 1, mate. Standing. Farewell. 2, 1, go board.
Such impressive manoeuvring, isn't it, from both teams? Cyclers working hard, all these tacks.
Yep, they will be absolutely on the rev limiter. The cyclers, this is their time to shine.
And this is in preparation if we get a result. And it's INEOS Britannia with the result. That is the magnificent Louis Vuitton box, and inside the Louis Vuitton Cup.
2, 1, point down. 3, 2, 1, mate. Standing. 1, 2, 1, go board.
Just in case.
Just in case.
A little bit lighter here for a bit. That boat.
INEOS Britannia, they've managed this leg beautifully, haven't they? Really limited any risk.
Sailing very, very clinically on board INEOS Britannia. Great comms. Italians having to do everything they can, throwing absolutely every tool in the shed of their opponents at the moment to try and break this clamp down.
A little bit light now, no pressure on the bow. Big lefty here.
Almost got to follow it now.
Back right here. Happy mate.
Painful sight for Italian fans.
Happy to
Nowhere
continue.
to go, options.
10 seconds from lane.
No options.
Rossa, they are actually just far enough to leeward there to be air forward, so you'll see that gap remain the same, but it's this next tack, next leg, where they will be paying a small penalty sitting behind the British, which is the whole idea of just hurting them all the way on this upwind just to maintain control.
Still high, mate, with Hazen. Seconds of height now.
Really, really close racing.
What do you think
The
about
move
this
is
gate?
critical from here.
Having a look.
Heard the voice of Dylan
I think
Fletcher
it's
go
been
higher,
pretty
hurt them
streaky,
more.
Good pressure here. Harvesting
Every
it.
metre could count.
Turn at the moment. What do you think? Go tack barrel away. Copy. Stand by.
INEOS Britannia defending beautifully against Luna Rossa. They've completed the 7th leg. There is one more to go. Stay in this position and the big show beckons.
Really big call there by Ben Ainsley, attack bear away, opening the door up for the Italian team of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
MG performance.
But we can see why he decided to go that side. A lot more wind on the left-hand side of the screen.
Split freeze.
Pressure on the boundary. I think that's going to get there.
On to INEOS Britannia's chase boat. And just briefly, Rob Wilson, what's going through your head right now?
We just got to stay ahead, try and control it. You know, it's a tricky one to do the tack bear away at the top, but, you know, there's pressure on this side, so we're pretty keen to control this side of the course.
Come on, Rob, there's got to be butterflies.
You know, we just got to push until the very end and not going to relax till then, that's for sure.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
The breeze is starting to wind right here all the time. How's it look the other way? Yeah, it looks okay. Stand by. And take the shift, yeah. 1 made.
He's diving.
Advantage of just leading Shirley if you get to take the gate into the pressure that you really want to get to. The team doing a great job to identify the pressure.
INEOS Britannia have been so impressive. When you think where they were 4 weeks ago, this is a whole new look team.
Okay, little puff on now. Okay, got good pressure, there we go. Little right, is it?
One thing to catch the leading boat, but it's another thing to pass. I think INEOS Britannia have sailed a wonderful defensive race. They're going to take this one out.
September 1964 was the last time a British boat made the America's Cup match. It was called Sovereign, skippered by Peter Scott. They lost 4-0 to the New York Yacht Club's Constellation. Now, almost 60 years to the day, Britannia are on course to make the match. And they will attempt to achieve what no other British challenger has done and win the old mug. After his 173 years of hurt, the wait might soon be over.
Come on, boys.
INEOS Britannia rules the waves of the Mediterranean with a 7-4 victory. They win the Louis Vuitton Cup and will meet Emirates Team New Zealand.
Yeah, boy. Round it up. We've got one more to go, boys. Come on, man.
And fight, boys. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. They have been mighty challengers, mighty challengers.
Just see how much it means to the British team. And they'll be representing not only the coach boat there, the whole of Great Britain, the wider team.
Inside the INEOS Britannia camp, they've been waiting for this for such a long time. Oh, wow.
Make sure you get that photo, Freddie.
They've been so composed on that chase boat. Not now, that is what it means.
Big hats off to Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli for such a wonderfully fought battle. Some of the best racing we've ever seen in the America's Cup. Hats off to them.
Finally. Hey, Mars, lads. Finally. I saw you, sorry. Nice, boys. Yeah, boys. Oh, yeah. I got it. Don't worry, don't me. Come on, boys. Come on. Come on. Unreal.
It's a different scene on the other side, though, isn't it? They were there last time in Auckland. It's not to be here in Barcelona. Surely it's been a mighty series, this.
I think the biggest cheer there was from cycler Freddie Carr, here for his 6th America's Cup, and finally in it.
That's what it means. That's what it means to fans of British sailing. They're going to the match for the first time in 60 years.
Today it's a massive day for British sailing, Stephen, but a big day for British sport is now quite possibly within reach.
And this is what they will soon receive on the water. The magnificent Louis Vuitton Cup. They say to win the America's Cup, you got to win this. Well, Britannia have done that. They've won the Louis Vuitton Cup. They can surely soak this up, because it is look at the, I mean, images tell the story. We don't have to say anything what it means to this sail team and the whole of the wider team.
It's a massive moment for INEOS Britannia, and it's also a massive moment for Emirates Team New Zealand, because they now know who their challenger will be for AC37.
Going to be a heck of a match, which begins on October the 12th here in Barcelona. They'll soon receive the Louis Vuitton Cup. It'll be handed over by Jean Arnaud, who is the director of watches for Louis Vuitton. What a moment that must be to receive that, knowing that all the hard work that you have put in, all the hundreds and hundreds of hours, sacrificing the whole 9 yards, to suddenly have that ticket to go, here's our chance. We've just created history. Can we create more history from October the 12th?
Ben Ainsley still talking about the race there.
Always the sailor, looking forward, looking forward.
Exactly, looking ahead to what's next. Huge moment. This has been 3 campaigns, a decade of work. Hundreds of people, thousands of hours.
Ben Ainsley has carried the hopes of a British sailing for such a long time, and you almost can feel it coming off his shoulders, this weight coming off. Yes, there's another job to do, and it'll be an even tougher challenge, but man, enjoy it. Enjoy it. There it is. You can see the Louis Vuitton Cup there. Back at base. Oh, it's going to be a long night. And why not?
Happy birthday, Cornish.
Yes, you would have heard Shirley suggest that it was, it was Ben Cornish's birthday. Well, happy birthday. That'll be one that will stay in his memory for a long time, Shirley.
Yeah, we won't forget this one.
Happy birthday, mate. Happy fucking birthday. Yes.
Yes, we'll forgive the colourful language just this time, I think. Because you've got to allow emotions to ride somewhere along the way. There is the Louis Vuitton Cup.
Don't stand around the hatch area. Watch all the weight.
Don't break the boat. You need it.
Looking after the asset there.
The hatch area.
They're not designed to have too many cyclors forward. They normally should be sitting on their seats on the pedals, so structural engineers will be watching closely here.
Got to get the banner right, yes. Winners they are. Let's wait for this moment, shall we? It's worth every single moment. It's hiding.
Just wondering who's going in the water here.
I think it'd be slippery on that bow. There is Jean Arnaud, the director of watches for Louis Vuitton, about to present the Louis Vuitton Cup to INEOS Britannia, winners of the Louis Vuitton Cup.
Right, there you go, boys. Have some of that,
Freddie Carr, Neil Hunter, Luke Parkinson, Matt Gautreau.
Happy birthday!
Ben Cornish. Dylan Fletcher, what a ride he's had. The month he won't forget.
Hey, son.
Glennon Mon. Ryan Todd Hunter.
Running out of steam.
Hey, Jim. Jim, come on.
Ben Ainsley asking for Jim Ratcliffe to come on board.
No.
The man whose passion fuels all of this craziness.
Hey, insane.
There is Jim Ratcliffe, Mr. INEOS, and why not? Why not?
Right.
Jim Ratcliffe been behind this team. This is his second challenge.
Oh, there it is.
Patiently waiting for this moment.
I got to ask you, Shirley, how are you feeling?
They came back and it's
Come
halfway
on,
through. Yeah,
please.
champagne.
I want to know, how are you feeling?
Well, I suppose for British sailors, a moment I wasn't sure would ever come to see a British boat in the America's Cup, so it's pretty special. A generation of talent. I mean, Ben Ainsley's been waiting for this moment, although he has won the America's Cup before with an American team. He wanted to try and bring it home, and now he can try and make that happen. It's very special.
Shortest man on the squadron. Ben's going to do it, surely. I'm going to give it to Ben.
Quick in the middle. What a battle.
And now we have something that we all love to see in any sporting arena when the champions get their trophy. Coming up the Moet moment. Two rather large Jeroboams of it, and some might say what a waste, but gee whiz, why not? Enjoy it. Here we go. Oh, there we go. There is your Moet moment. Soak it up. How sweet that must taste for Ben Ainsley.
He's been waiting a long time to do that. The first step, a step closer.
It's going to get told off by Luca.
Yeah, enjoy the taste of that champagne, lads, because now the real battle begins.